See? 6 to 7 years. Eh, dalawa yung naging ano natin dyan, secretary sa DOJ. Diba? Dahil lang ba best friend ng presidente, kaya inayaan. Pangit eh. Pangit. No, well, kung sabi ni BJ Can, so galing kay Noy to FPRRD. We don't know yet. The assumption lang was more than 7 years. Kasama yung 2 taon ni PBBM bilang Pangulo. Panahon na nandito. Pero di ba nakakagulat yun, no? Tagal na palang inipit yung kaso ni Pastor Canor dito sa DOJ. Akala ko ba walang kikilingan? Di ba yun ang sinabi ni yun yung sinabi ni FPRRD before? Pagdating sa corruption, wala tayong kikilingan. Ano to? Wangit, man. Wangit, man.
Danteamento UNTV News and Rescue. Diyos ang aming sandigan, serbisyo publiko ang aming pinahahalagahan.
Kinumpirma ngayon ng abogado ni Apollo Kibuloy na nasa Pilipinas pa ang religious leader. Sa isang panayam kay Attorney Ferdinand Topacio ngayong araw, sinabi nito na nasa Pilipinas pa si Kibuloy, gayunman nag-iingat ito bunsod ng sinasabing mga banta sa kanyang seguridad. Ayon pa kay Attorney Topacio, nakatakdang magpulong ang legal team ni Kibuloy upang konsultahin ito hinggil sa susunod nilang legal move. Gayunman, wala pa ring desisyon kung dadalo na nga ito sa susunod na pagdinig ng Senado na nakatakda sa March 5.
Hindi pa sure. Hindi pa siya sure kung a-attend ng hearing sa March 5. Okay. Hindi, walang tigas ng mukha nito. Criminal na. Siyempre, hindi na naman pinalampas ni Mike Abe yan. Hindi naman natin si Mike Abe. Simula nung pumutok yung mga issue tungkol kay pangalan to, kay PACU, kay Kibulok, kay Pastor Canor, hindi pa siya tumitigil. At ngayon, hinighlight niya sa recent vlog niya. So, panoorin natin. Tingnan natin kung ano naman sinabi ni Mike Abe.
Naman doon sa extradition treaty kasi mahaba yung question and answer, sinasabi niya basta anytime na dumating yung request ng Amerika kasi doon sa extradition treaty between Philippines and US government, ang proseso niyan, re-request ng US government, dadaan niyan sa Department of Foreign Affairs tapos dadalik sa DOJ. Pero sinasabi ni Remulla doon sa harap ng mga media kahapon, anytime na dumating yung formal request ng US government laban kay extradition treaty, i-implement nila. Wala daw silang choice kung hindi sumunod sa kasunduan agreement between Philippines at ang Estados Unidos. So, ibig sabihin, pag dumating, magkakaroon ng proseso, ibibigay ng Philippine government si Kibuloy sa Amerika. Kung saan nga po ay siya ay may mga kaso doon na alam naman natin na talagang naalis naman na mayroong warrant of arrest siya sa Federal Bureau of Investigation. So yun po yung ating ngayon. At ang nakakalungkot, yan yung hinabi pa din niya. Noong panahon pa pala ni Duterte, ay marami nang nakapay na kaso sa DOJ against Kibuloy.
Patay.
So ano may sinasabi ng sinasabi ngayon ng mga supporters niya na huwag sa Senado, dapat sa ibang forum, ito yan, dadaan na sa DOJ dyan, after DOJ, dadaan sa korte. Ganun ang proseso, hindi mo pwedeng direct filing yan. Kailangan niya, dadaan mo na sa DOJ. or preliminary investigation. Ang nakakalungkot,
Correct.
7 years na raw. Ay si Pangulong Marcos, wala pang 2 taon. So, ibig sabihin, sa ilalim ng Duterte administration, naipit yung kaso. Bakit? Dahil kaalyado ng dating Pangulo ang inaaki sa ating ni Renato, di por OJ. Kasi ang lino na sinabi ni Remulla, mga 7 years na. O, di panahon ni Duterte yan. Hindi yan panahon ni Marcos. Kasi si Marcos, yung Pangulong Marcos, wala pa matayong 2 taon. Yan ang nalinaw. So, meron na kabibig. At ngayon, ang sinasabi ni Remulla, priority niya ngayon yan. Nasilipin itong mga kaso dito. Alamin kung ano nangyari. Review, kasi meron na kaso yan na rape case dun sa Davao na dismiss. Hindi ko alam kung bakit dismiss. Pero ginawa nung biktima.
Depende kasi yan sa depende kasi sa prosecutor yan Kapag nakita ng city prosecutor na walang probable cause, i-dismiss. Kung walang ebidensya kung mahina yung ebidensya. And probable cause, lang yun, mababang level of, mababa pa yung evidential requirement doon. Kasi, kumbaga, parang, hindi common sense parang what is sensible to the common man? Yun yung dyan titignan dyan sa probable cause. It doesn't have to be, yung evidential requirement dyan, it doesn't have to be beyond reasonable doubt. Kung ano lang yung magme-make sense. Ganun siya. So, kung yun ang sinabi kung yun ang finding ng prosecutor, di-dismiss yan. Kaya siguro na-dismiss yan, kaya na-dismiss because of probably lack of evidence or what have you, walang probable cause. So, ngayon, nag-petition for review sa DOJ. Bakit sa DOJ? Kasi ang prosecutors po ay within the purview of our Department of Justice. Oo. Hindi po siya sa ating judiciary. Hiwalay pa po yung ating judiciary. So, kaya sa DOJ. Hopefully itong magkaroon ng konting linaw kasi naalala ko one time naglabas yung unang beses na naglabas ng statement si Pastor Canor. Sinabi niya na meron daw silang papeles na magsasabi na hindi raw sila guilty at may desisyon na raw ang korte. But apparently it's not a court. It is the city prosecutor. So hindi pa pala korte kasi hindi umabot sa korte yung kaso. So nakumpirma pala yung ating jury, yung ating teorya. Oo. Nakumpirma siya na hindi talaga siya korte. Hindi siya desisyon ng korte. Yon ay desisyon pala ng prosecutor. So, abangan natin. Let's abangan natin yung review ng DOJ. Sabi pinapamadali daw, sabi ni Mike Abe. Pinapamadali daw yung review ng petition for review. So, hopefully we get more information regarding it. Tingnan natin.
Kung pena, dinala sa DOJ, nag-file to review. Ayun na re-review nila. At yung, kung di ako nakakamali, yung na-dismiss ang kaso niyan, ay yung di man alias Amanda, na humarap dun sa committee hearing sa Senado.
So, yung unang-unang hearing yan
Nasa DOJ pala yung kaso for review. So, re-reviewin ni Secretary Remulla. Ibig sabihin, huhukayin nila yung halos 7 taon daw na nakabinbin, hindi gumagalaw, na reklamong sexual harassment at iba pa.
Hindi lang sexual harassment.
So, ganun pala.
Hindi lang sexual harassment. 3 yun Sexual harassment, rape, tsaka cyber libel. Kasi, di ba nga, ang kwento ng mga dating followers ng KOJC, may habit daw itong si Kibuloy na sinisiraan niya yung mga umaalis nung kulto niya. So, pero mga kutsero, iba pa to hindi pa to kasama dun sa una niyang kaso sa States. Hindi pa to yung kaso sa States. Iwalay pa to. This is a local case. Local to. At kung if I'm not mistaken, yung sinabi nung alias Amanda, siya daw ay ginawang pastoral, tapos nung nagsumbong siya sa kanyang pamilya na siya ay ginahasa, inilabas siya ng kanyang pamilya, at simula nun, siniraan na siya ng butihing pastor Kibuloy sa buong mundo gamit ang kanyang simbahan. Oo. Ganon. So, hopefully makalkal talaga to kasi kawawa naman yung alias Amanda. Kawawa naman siya.
Ibig sabihin nito, pinagtakpan siya ng mga dating DOJ at sekretary.
Ayun na nga.
Ng araw?
Yun na nga.
Si Aguirre, Secretary Aguirre, at saka
Italiano Aguirre.
Secretary Guevara, ngayon Solicitor General.
Yun.
Dalawang yung nagpalitan doon, di ba? Unang in-appoint yan si Italiano Aguirre as Justice Secretary.
Ayun na nga.
Tapos nawala siya, galit yan si Guevara. Si Guevara ngayon, nung matapos ang term ni Duterte, siya ngayon ay kinuha naman ni Pangulong Marcos as Solicitor General. So naipit dun sa dalawang dating sekretary. Ngayon, sabi ni Remulla, dahil mukhang nakarecover na doon sa kanyang nararamdaman, may sakit nga daw siya, ayun ang kanyang titingnan ngayon. Ano nangyari? Bakit nakabinbin ng 7 taon na? Ay alam niyo, pagka ang kaso ay tumatagal sa DOJ, yan mo na nabibinbin ang katarungan eh. Kaya nga Department of Justice, abogado ng mamamayan.
Right.
Yan ang ibig sabihin ng DOJ Secretary. Or Department of Justice, Departamento ng Katarungan. Sila yung abogado ng mamamayan. Okay? Ay kung inabot ng 7 years, eh, talagang yan ang problema sa atin. DOJ pa lang inaabot ng 7 taon ng kaso. Eh, kaya pala pagdating sa korte, ang tagal-tagal ng paglilitis, DOJ pala ang tagal. So, naging kasalanan dyan at pagkukulang yung mga dating sekretary. So, ayan. Ayan na po. Ay yung mga nagsasabing hindi dapat.
Wait lang. Italiano Aguirre. Naalala ko, di ba inaresto to last year? Si Italiano Aguirre? Wait, hanapin ko. Alam ko inaresto to last year eh. Ang alam ko talaga may ano to eh, may arrest to eh last year. Wait. Ito ayan ang nga bang sinasabi ko eh. Naalala ko to bigla eh kasi nung sinabing Italiano Aguirre. Ay, hindi naman natin sinisiraan si Attorney Italiano Aguirre, pero we're just stating facts. Hindi natin sinasabing guilty siya. We're just stating facts. Pero ito yun. 8 foreigners and 12 Filipinos arrested in Makati over investment scam. Sabi ni. Ito yun eh. Saan na yun? Ayan oh. Pro-Caps lawyer Vitaliano Aguirre, a former Justice Secretary during the Duterte administration, was also present in the firm's gala night in Makati. Aguirre spoke before the audience after announcing the presence of the law enforcers during the gala night. Baka lawyer lang sila. Baka hindi naman sila damay dito sa kaso. Sana ganun. Hindi ko alam kung kasama siya dun sa scam ha. Pero ang alam ko lang, ayun nga. Retaining lawyers of Pro-Cap International. Ba't sila in-arrest? Security violation to ng securities code eh. Ayan, sabi na nga ba eh. Violating Republic Act 8799, Securities Regulation Code, and RA 1165, Financial Products and Services Consumer Protection Act. Delikado. May iba pang balita dito. Wait, alam naman si Krappler, ano yan eh. Bias news yan eh. Baka may iba pang balita. Tingnan natin. Baka may iba pang balita. Baka may ibang paliwanag. Pyramiding scam. Siya yung lawyer ng pyramiding scam. Ayun. Ay. Former Justice Secretary Vitaliano Aguirre was among the attendees. According to the CIDG, Aguirre is one of the lawyers of ProCap. He insisted there was nothing wrong with the company's transactions. Well, sa korte niya papatunayan yan. So, nandun siya sa event nung nagka-arestuhan. Nandun siya sa event nung nagka-arestuhan. Diyos ko! Anyway. Tuloy natin ito.
Pat ang Senado ang nakikialam dyan. Walang jurisdiction ng Senado. Sa inyong paniniwala, kahit mali yun, may jurisdiction sila. Ayan, nasa DOJ na pala. Tuloy-tuloy na yan. Ito talaga ang magiging galaw ng Executive Department at saka ng Legislature kasi magkaiba yung mga trabaho. Sa Senado, in aid of legislation. Yan naman sa DOJ, yan ang implementation ng batas. Kung meron nila ba, may ebidensya, probable cause sa tinatawag, after evaluation ng mga prosecutor, ipapay lang kaso. Ayun na yun. Yan yung inaabangan ninyo. Papunta na ron. At salita na ang sekretary. Papunta na doon. Re-reviewin na yan. At pag nakita nilang may basihan, probable cause, ipapay na yung kaso. Ayan. Yan na yun. So, gagalaw na ang Executive Department, gagalaw na rin po, gumagalaw na ang Senado. Ayan po
tagal,
yung
no? Tagal
rule
pala.
of law
Ngayon lang
na
ulit.
sinasabi natin. Nabibinbin lang dahil sa Ponegala, di natin alam. Ayun. Kaya kung nakita ko yung picture ni Secretary mo niya, mukhang iba nga yung mukha. Pero sabi niya, may edad na ako, ano, ilang taon na din siya. Senior na rin, senior citizen na rin yung mama. Sabi niya, may nararamdaman na rin siya. Pero trabaho pa rin. Kahit daw wala siya sa mga press conference araw-araw, pero tuloy pala ang trabaho. Kahapon ay lumutang na tumarap. Ayun, extradition treaty, Kibuloy at saka yung kanyang kaso, aalamin daw kung bakit nabimbin. Pangalawa, yung kay Tevez, tinututukan. Meron daw kung formal request sila sa Timor-Leste, ano, kasi doon pa rin daw. At sila doon yung passport, kasi kina sila ng DFA, tapos naman mag-usos ng korte sa Maynila, na sila na ang pasaporte ng dating congressman. So yung dalawang issue, Kibuloy, Tevez, ang topic niya ng mga national issue or controversial na mga issue ng siya humarap sa press conference. So ayan po, natinig naman ninyo.
Mag-extradition treaty na, sisipa ng extradition treaty ng Pilipinas tsaka Timor-Leste. Patay! Maraming hahabulin si ang daming hinahabol ni ni Boying Remulla, ni Sec Boy. Well, at least, di ba? At least we know that the Justice Department is working. That's maganda. Ay! Lock. When it rains, it pours, guys. When it rains, it pours. Sabi ni Kate na. O ayan, mag-overtime si Torny Topacio. Ay, oo, pareho niyang kliyente, no? Pareho pala niyang kliyente si Tevez tsaka si Kibuloy. Good luck na lang po, attorney. Good luck. Good luck po, attorney. Mukhang magiging busy kayo. Kaibigan natin yan si Topacio. Pero magiging busy talaga siya. Good luck. Ano sinabi ni Tolentino? Wait, hanapin ko. Ano sabi ni Tolentino? Wait. Tolentino. Okay. Kibuloy. Wait. Okay. Ano sabi? Don't insult, disrespect, or even treat him as guilty because that decision lies in court and not determined by a committee. Okay. Tama naman siya dun. Kasi hindi naman korte ang Senado eh. So, but I don't know. I don't think you can prevent the people from, disrespecting. Hindi mo mapipigilan yan eh. Hindi mapipigilan yun. Lalo na yung, pag yung bugso ng damdamin, yung galit, pag nakita na siya ng harap-harapan, di ba? Hirap pigilan, no? Hirap pigilan. So, You can say that, but asking people to do that is another thing. Diba? Tulad tayo, di ba? Nirespeto naman natin yung pagiging quote-unquote inosente niya, di ba? He's not guilty until proven by a court of law. Ganun talaga, nirespeto natin. Pero, you cannot prevent us from forming opinions. You cannot prevent us from forming opinions. And, it's also fair para sa amin. Fair para sa amin. Na wag nyo kaming pigilan bumuo ng sarili namin opinion. Kapwa senador ang sinabi. Paano yung korte sa California raw? What do you mean paano yung korte sa California? They have their own judicial process. Lahat tayong paki doon. Kung mag-request sila ng judicial ng extradition, tawa na ako kay former president. Extradition treaty, it's up to them. Wala tayong paki doon. Ang habol natin ngayon, ang mas within our jurisdiction is the one from DOJ. So yun ang mas magandang pagtuunan ng pansin yung sa DOJ. Hindi nyo na mapipigilan yung tao kapag tulad tayo, minsan tinatawag natin siyang Pastor Kanor. It's because it's an observation. Yun yung bunga yan ng galit eh. Bunga ng galit, kahit naman sinong kahit accusation pa lang yan. Everything. Malaman mo pa lang yung kwento eh. Marinig mo pa lang yung kwento kahit hindi pa siya final. Sa atin eh. Gusto mo ibang topic? Ito kasi iba. Harap ka iba yung gusto mong topic. Anyway. Baka naman kahit Jollibee lang. Laki siguro ng laki siguro ng acceptance fee ni dyan, Attorney Topacio. Tsaka yung niya, appearance niya kada hearing. Laki ng kaso. Controversial yung kaso eh. Controversial yung kaso. Hirap. Di humanap ka nga lang sa iba. Diba? Tulungan ka. Anyway. Wag nating asarin si Attorney Topacio, kaibigan ko rin yan. Wag. At saka he's just doing his job. Siya yung abogado eh. Siya yung abogado. Wag natin sisihin yung tao sa trabaho niya. Trabaho niya, protektahan yun eh. Hayaan natin. Ay nako, pinag-usapan namin yan before sa legal ethics. Yan. Paano kapag yung kliyente mo sigurado, example lang naman. I'm not saying this is the case kay Attorney Topacio. Sabi niya, paano pag yung kliyente mo alam mong guilty, pagtatanggol mo ba? Sabi sa Code of Professional Responsibility, you will represent your client with all passion. So, wala kang choice. Wala kang choice. Kailangan mo siya ipagtanggol with all your heart, soul, and mind. Wala. It is, wala. Ganun lang talaga. It is what it is. Wala kami. Pag naging abogado in the future, wala akong choice. Kahit alam kong guilty, kailangan ko din magtanggol. Ay, nako. But anyway. Ganun lang talaga yan. It is what it is. Trabaho yun eh. What can we do? Kung ikaw hahawa kay Pacquiao, kunin mo. Hindi ko kukunin. Yak. Ba't ko kukunin? Kumuha siya sa iba. Wag ako. Ay, no. I-refer ko siya sa iba. Sila na lang. Ayoko, wag ako. Ay, no. By the way, magtatayo pala ako ng bagong channel. Since sa pag-usapan natin yung tatayo ako ng bagong channel. Kukwento ko dun yung buhay law school ko. Yun naman. Buhay law school ko naman. So, kung gusto niyo i-follow yun, maganda rin, di ba? Papakita ko dun yung mga napag-aralan ko, etc., etc., yung mga kaso na pinag-uusapan namin, mga controversial cases, etc., etc. So, buhay law school lang yun. Hindi yun buhay abogado, buhay law school pa lang. Kapag pag abogado na ako, babaguhin ko yung pangalan ng channel. Buhay abogado naman. So, yun. So, yan. Ay. Anyway. Follow nyo. Ilalagay ko yung link. Pag nakapaglagay na ako ng content, ilalagay ko yung link. Wala pang wala pa akong content dito. Baka dun ko na lang gawin yung interactive. Why not? Pwede ko naman gawin yun dun. Actually, gusto kong gumawa rin ng podcast. Pero dun ko na gagawin. Mga usapang law school. Kukuha ko ng mga guest na students din or mga abogado na, etc. Para. Manonood ako niyang Bar Boys na musical. Pinanood ko yung movie ilang beses na, tapos pinanood ko yung musical na Bar Boys. Okay, anyway, secret po, sa ang law school daw ako. Secret po, di ko po pinagkakalat. Sorry. Anyway. Ay, naka. Kung private practice ako, from what I know, kung private practice ako, walang problema. Pero kung paw ako, wala akong karapatan tumanggi. Kung paw ako, wala akong karapatan tumanggi. Kung paw. Pwede ka kasi i-refer sa iba na mas specialty niya yun. Ayoko kasi mag-specialize sa criminal law. Ayoko siya. Mas gusto kong iba gusto kong special. Anyway, going back. Game! Ito na, punta na tayo dito sa isa pang bumalentong! Ay, balentungan! Pero bago natin pag-usapan yan, mga kutsero, tayo muna yung magbibigay po guys sa mga kaibigan natin sa Sendwave! Sabay-sabay! Ayan, kung kayo po ay nasa US, UK, Canada, Italy, France, Spain, Ireland, pwede na magpadala ng inyong mga remittances sa Pilipinas gamit po ang Sendwave. Wala pong remittance fees yan, mga kutsero. Ang gagawin nyo lang ay download ng Sendwave app, gawa kayo ng account, at pwede na po ay magpadala sa GCash, sa mga bangko at iba't ibang mga pawn shops din sa bansa. At kapag ginamit nyo rin po ang Sendwave sa inyong unang padala, at ginamit nyo rin ang aking promo code, ayan yung aking promo code, ayan, Coach Jarrett, ay makakuha pa kayo ng karagdagang $20 free credit. Ay, ito pala. Yan. Kaya gamitin na po si Sendwave for all of your remittance needs. Okay. Ay, yan. Sorry. So, ito naman tayo. Ito, na-dyaryo tayo kanina, guys. Medyo na-dyaryo tayo kanina. Mapakita ako sa inyo. Ginarya tayo ni Philstar eh. Bagal pumasok. Anyway. Ayan. Ayan. Nadyaryo tayo kanina, guys. Pasabog to matindi. Kay Philstar. Kay Philstar.com. Hindi naman ako yung nadyaryo. Hindi naman ako yung headline. Na-mention lang ako dun sa loob. Tapos may screenshot ng mukha ko. Nagya kayo, Philstar. Ayop kayo. Anyway, ito kasi yung balita. Papakita ko sa inyo. Yung balita. Ayan. OVP says deleted EDSA anniversary statement was posted mistakenly. Yan. Ito pakita ko sa inyo. Ito si JDB. Very recent yung picture. Kasi kailan lang ba to? Nung Sunday. Nung Sunday lang to kasi nung Sunday tayo nag-live nung Wow Mali ni Sare. Langya kayo, Philstar. Nananahimik ako. Anyway. Ay, mamaya kukwento ko yung ano na to. By the way, teka lang bago tayo magpatuloy, no. Batiin ko muna yung mga nag-stars tsaka super chat. Baka kanina pa nag-iintay ito eh. Circle Sports at PH, shoutout sa inyo. Maria Corazon Monar, salamat po. And kay Cristel Apare, salamat po sa inyong super chat. Sa Stars naman, video block na naman ako. Video block. Okay. Anyway, Facebook naman, Charit Garmad. Shoutout po sa inyo. Maraming po salamat sa mga Stars. Jeline Mendoza, Ma'am Celila Valverde, Elmer Bahit, at kaya Jennifer Briones Ongkingko. Salamat po sa inyong Stars. Maraming po salamat. God bless you. Anyway, yun na nga. Sa susunod, Philstar, kapag pag kumuha kayo ng screenshot ko, mag-subscribe na rin kayo. Lagyan nyo naman ng idamay nyo rin yung subscribe. Damay nyo rin yung like button. Diyos ko, ka-stress. Anyway, bakit ba kasi nangyari to? Ano bang naganap? Kasi nga, nung linggo, nabisto natin yung pagdidelete ng post ng Office of the Vice President. Ito yun. Naalala nyo yan? Pinaprint nyo pa sa akin. Pinaprint nyo pa sa akin to. Ayan yun. Ayan yun. Ayan. Facebook yan. Ito yung pinrint ko yung Facebook page. Pag kinlik mo yung link na yan, wala na. This content is not available. Diba? Wala na yan. So ito yun. Nabisto kasi natin habang nag-livestream tayo, biglang nawala. May mga nagko-comment. Ang sabi, Coach, wala na yan. Binura na yan. Hindi ko alam. Kasi nga naka-load na siya sa computer ko. So, hindi ko alam. Pag kasi nag-load na ako ng website dyan, hindi ko na binubura, hindi ko tinatanggal. So, nandyan lang yan. Nagkataon, binura na pala. Tapos, ngayon, big deal. Big deal ito sa mga dilawan. Bakit? Kasi mga kutsero, ang pinuri kasi nila, ang pinuri dito ng Office of the Vice President, yung EDSA. Alam nyo naman ang EDSA. Malapit sa puso yan ng mga dilawan. Alam nyo naman yun. Ganun yun. So, masama ang loob nila nung tinake down yung post. Itong sabi, a statement from Vice President and Education Secretary Sara Duterte on the 38th anniversary of the first EDSA People Power was taken down from her official Facebook page hours after it was posted on Sunday. Kasi mga kutsero. Ay, naku. But anyway, as of Monday afternoon, the Office of the Vice President has yet to respond to queries from reporters for an explanation. Pinagpapaliwanag ngayon nila si Sara, VP Sara, on why Duterte's message could no longer be found online. Shortly after 9 p.m. on Sunday, her official Facebook page, Inday Sara, posted her statement commemorating the bloodless revolution that toppled the Marcos regime in 1986. Dapat mga kotsero, hindi ko itatapik yan. Kaso, nung nakita ko yung post, sabi ko, ay, maitapik nga ito. Bakit bumalentong si VP Sara? Kaya nung nakita ko yung post na yon, nilagay ko agad sa sa sistema ko. So dahil nandiyan na siya, wala na. Andun eh. Andun eh. Anong gagawin ko? Tapos, hindi ko alam, a few hours later, nung nag-start ng live stream nun, 10:30 or 11 yata. Pagpalo ng 11, may mga nag-comment na, wala na nga raw. So it was supposed to be her first message on the occasion since she was elected Vice President. Tapos, this appeared just before Sunday midnight but not before it was shared by some Facebook pages supportive of Duterte. These included Inday Sara, Sara Duterte for President Movement, and Inday Sara Nation. As of press time, the Vice President's message can only be found on the Sara Duterte for President Movement. Tingnan nyo. Tingnan nyo itong mga grupo na to. Post kayo ng post, hindi nyo naman alam kung ano yung pinost. Next time po, itindihin po natin yung sinabi. Ayan. Tapos, ang sabi, ayun na, kinuwento na ako ano yung laman. Tingnan nyo. In her message, Duterte said the celebration of the 1986 People Power was meant to commemorate the brave souls who stood united on the streets of EDSA fighting for democracy and freedom. Ay, galing. Dito na-trigger sa akin si Philstar. Di ba binatikos ko to? Ito yung binatikos sa lahat ng sinabi ni VP Sara doon sa kanya message. Dito ako nakatutok. Kung papanoorin nyo uli yun, yung video ko na yun. Dito ako nakatutok sa linya na to, the brave souls who united on the streets of EDSA fighting for democracy and freedom. Actually, meron pa yung sacrifice. Hindi pa nga ito eh. Meron pa yung the sacrifice something. Ano ba yun? Ito. Their courage and determination paved the way for a better Philippines and their sacrifices will never be forgotten. Ito yung tutok ko niyan. Itong first two sentences. Itong first two sentences ang tutok ko. Nung ni-livestream ko to. Sinabi ko, wait lang, VP Sara. Ikaw ba, pumupuri na sa mga komunista? Yun ang sinabi ko. Bakit? Kasi mga kakutsero, sino lang ba ang nagsasabi ng sacrifices, etc., etc., kung hindi, yung mga komunista sa kapwa nila komunista nung martial law. At doon na trigger si Philstar. Anong sinabi ni Philstar? Ito sinabi niya. Trigger na trigger si Philstar. Trigger eh. Ayan. Sabi, the posting and subsequent removal of the OVPs honoring the brave souls who stood united on the streets of EDSA fighting for democracy and freedom triggered a few hyper-partisan vloggers. Kami pala yun, hyper-partisan. To use this as content speculating deepening rifts between the Vice President and President Marcos Jr. Some content creators pounced on the contents of the OVP statement and its removal to fuel speculation that Duterte had been hinting at openly antagonizing the Marcoses. Ganyan talaga to. Si Philstar ang hilig niya magpaikot ng kwento. Feeling ko hindi niya pinanood yung buong video. Dahil sa sobrang triggered kayo. Okay. Ayan, yan si JDB. Oh. Sino ito nag-comment? Dinilit ni Sarah yung EDSA message niya na ungkat ni Coach Jared. Ayan o. Ayan o. Oh, isa na. Oh, ayan o. Naungkat ko ro kasi. Kung sino ka man, terbig. Terblig Demi. Kung sino ka man. Sinisip ako. Ayan o. Ito yung title nun. Huli si VP Sara Duterte na wow mali sa People Power Post. Ayan. So, hyper-partisan do kami. Alam nyo, take note, hindi po ako hyper-partisan, pero anti-communist ako. That's for sure. That's for sure. Tsaka anti-dilawan. Anti-dilawan, anti-communist. Sigurado ako doon. Sigurado ako. Bakit? Kasi, kung hindi ito dinilit ni VP Sara Duterte, paninindigan niya to. Ang unang-unang kong ay kumakampi na siya sa mga komunista. Kasi, yung mga komunista ang nagsasabi na nagsakripisyo daw ang mga tao, ang mga NPO para sa kalayaan ng Pilipinas ng bansa. Paano ko papatunayan? Bantayog ng mga bayani in QC, remembering the martyrs and heroes of martial law. Tingnan nyo ha. As a way to honor the martyrs and heroes who wholly offered their lives for the country's freedom, justice, and democracy during the period Bantayog ng mga Bayani Foundation was diba? Ganyan. Bantayog ng mga bayani. Countries, both the martyrs and heroes who wholly offered their lives for the country's freedom, etc. Their courage and determination paved the way for a better Philippines, and their sacrifices will never be forgotten. So yun ang unang-unang ko iisipin. Yun yung binatigos ko. Call it hyper-partisan, I don't care. Call it hyper-partisan, I don't care. But I will never support the communist terrorists here in the Philippines. I will never call them martyrs. I will never call them heroes. And I will never call them whatever this is, itong statement ni VP Sara para sa kanila. I'll never call them that. Wait lang. Si Eknam, basahin nyo ng papaliktad. Mans ang pangalan niya. Mans. Ano bang pangalan nung asawa ni Baby Sara? Hindi ko alam kung siya yun ha. I'm just thinking. Pangalan kasi ng asawa ni Baby Sara, Mans Carpio. Tapos mabobore siya sa topic ni Baby Sara. Ano ba? Hindi ko alam kung siya yan. Pero so yun. So I will never call these communists heroes and their sacrifices as martyrdom or heroism. No, I won't. Bakit? Mga komunistang terorista yan eh. Ilang sundalo ang pinatay niyan, ilang sibugan ang pinatay niyan, ilang Pilipino ang in-extort niyan. Ba't ko sila tatawagin bayan? Ba't ko sasabihin silang mga martir? I won't. And insult, itong post na ito ni Vicky Sara is an insult to every democracy-loving Filipino. Every Filipino na naniniwala na ang mga komunistang terorista ay dapat supilin. It is an insult to them. Itong statement na to. Kaya nga binuray. Ano sinabi ni Vicky Sara ngayon tungkol dyan? Ano sinabi niya ngayon tungkol dyan? Ito yun. Ano sabi niya ngayon? I did not intend to issue a statement this year as I did not the previous year. Because of this, I removed the EDSA anniversary post from a social media page. I hope this will put the matter to rest. Ba't iniba? Iba na to ah. Iba to kanina. Wait. Or baka ano lang. Baka hindi. Yun na nga. Yun na nga. Ni-reword nila. Kasi meron silang sinasabi kanina na system error eh. Wait. System. Kasi pinost ko yun sa Facebook page ko kanina. Sa One News pala. Sinaset ang sige ka na video. Wait lang guys, wait lang. Ayun, yun. Buti sinendigate dito. Kunin ko pala sa telepono ko. Suwangit, di ba, pag kinuha ko sa telepono ko. Ito yun. This post was removed because it was not approved by VP Sara Duterte. There was a system error in the social media team. May system error kayo sa social media team. Ibig sabihin, hindi kayo nag-usa. Ibig sabihin, yung taong nag-post nito, hindi humingi ng approval kay VP Sara. Imposible naman na si Facebook ang mag-upload niyan on its own. Alam ko uso na ang AI, pero hindi pa ganun ka-advance ang AI. Imposible si VP Sara. Ano, hindi to dumaan sa mata ni VP Sara? Ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo, parang ito yung parang statement to ni ni Digong kanina na ay hindi ko naman tinawag na addict si presidente. Malay ko ba kung iniinom niya antibiotic? Ina-assume nila mga kotsero na tanga ang mga Pilipino. Na mauuto pa ang mga Pilipino sa mga ganong klaseng drama. Anong klaseng drama to? Parang kay Senator Amy, yung hindi niya alam na nakapirma siya. Doon sa doon sa budget ng AKAP. Pangit ang palusot niyo. Might as well, inamin nyo na lang na may ghostwriter kayo. O sino man yung ghostwriter nyo. Hindi ko kilala yung ghostwriter na ito eh. Pero imposible rin na yung ghostwriter nito ay mag-upload ng isang bagay na hindi inaprubahan ng vice-presidente. Bakit? Kasi may ganito kayo eh, may pag-graphics kayo eh. May pag-graphics kayo, ayan ayan February 25, EDSA anniversary message. Ayan ayan, assalamualaikum, etc. etc. Sara Zimmerman Duterte, ayan ayan Ano to? Pasabihin nyo, ay ginamit lang yung letterhead. Ginamit lang yun, pero hindi talaga aprobado ni VP Sara yan. What the F are you? What the F do you think Filipinos are? Ganon kami katanga. Mas mabuti pa, inamin nyo na lang na meron kayong ghostwriter na nagpo-post ng mga messages para kay VP Sara. At yung ghostwriter nyo ang nagkamali. Kung sino man yung lintik na bobong ghostwriter nyo na hindi humihingi ng approval ni VP Sara bago mag-post. Bobo naman ang ghostwriter nyo. Nag-post siya ng bagay na hindi inaprubahan ng principal niya. But anyway, hindi ko alam kung sino, hindi ko kilala ang ghostwriter nyo at wala akong pakialam kung sino man siya. Ang akin lang, ang pangit ng palusot nyo. Ginagawa nyo talagang tanga ang mga Pilipino dito. There was a system error in the social media team. Ano ba? Sana sinabi nyo na lang. Pumalya po yung isang member ng social media team. Ghostwriter namin. At least maiintindihan naming lahat. Okay, hindi pala si VP Sara nagsusulat ng kanyang mga statement. Taga-approve lang pala siya. Kasi ganun din yung effect eh. Ganun din yung epekto niya eh. O ngayon, bistado na may ghostwriter. Bakit? Hindi rin inaprubahan, sabi ni VP. Hindi rin niya inaprubahan yun. I did not intend to issue a statement this year as I did not the previous year. Yun nga, George de la Cruz. I'm inclined to believe kung ano yung sinasabi mo. Napalusot lang to. Palusot.com. Palusot.com lang. Lang ya. Tatawagin mong tao dito. Their courage paved the way for a better Philippines and their sacrifice will never be. Itong mga ganitong klaseng nilalang. Wait, di pala yun. Commander Waling-Waling. NPA yung wala. Also joined the armed struggle. NPA. Ito yun eh. Kasi itong balita na to, nagdagdag daw sila ng mga heroes, quote-unquote heroes sa bantayog ng mga bayani 2017. Ano tong mga quote-unquote heroes na to? Journalist daw, quote-unquote, jail journalist. Siya ang nagtatag ng, sana yun? National Union of Journalists, NUJP. He was the founding chair of the NUJP. Sino to? Nieva something. Sino siya? Nieva. Ba't wala? Anyway, basta Nieva daw. O sino ba yung National Union of Journalists of the Philippines o NUJP? Di ba sila yung sila yung mga journalists ng mga komunista? Ito pang isa. Commander Waling-Waling. Chiba daw siya. Join the armed struggle. NPA. Naging miyembro pa ng Hukbalahap. Ay, Diyos ko talaga. Pare daw. Pinaglaban daw ang mga manggagawa. Tapos na-detain siya 1973, tapos nung pinalaya siya, nagturo sa Saints ko. Okay, wait, saan na yun? Merong ito. Lent his voice to the resistance to the martial rule. O di makakasama ng NPA. Makakasama ng NPA to eh. Fernandez was a public servant elected municipal. Okay. Eto. Nung i-deploy siya bilang sundalo, kasi second lieutenant siya eh. Tumakbo siya sa bundok at sumama doon sa mga NPA. So hindi lang pala siya kasama ng NPA. NPA din talaga siya. Yung lumang kabataan. Ito namang isa, Yuchenko. Hindi raw siya aktivista, pero miyembro siya, sumuporta siya sa Light a Fire movement. Putik, mga terorista nga. Nilagay siya doon sa bantayog ng mga bayan.
Bayanin ng mga komunista yan.
Tapos tatawagin mo ng ano, their sacrifices will never be forgotten. What the heck? Itong isa, nasa bantayog ng mga bayani din to. Lorena Barros. Ano siya? NPA din. Killed in an encounter with government soldiers in Mauban, Quezon Province. So ano siya? Di NPA. Encuentro. Tapos tawagin mo ng ano? Their courage and determination paved the way for a better Philippines. And their sacrifices will never be forgotten. What the? I don't care if you call me hyper-partisan. Kasi hindi talaga ako susuporta sa CPP, NPA, NDA. Kahit ano mangyari. Kaya ho controversial tong message na to. Hindi ho yan dahil lang sa sinasabi nitong Philstar na gusto naming palalimin na merong away sa gitna ni Marcos at Duterte. You completely missed the point. You completely missed the point. Hindi. At least for my end. I cannot speak for JDB. Wala akong di ko alam kung ano yung posisyon niya. Ang posisyon ko is this. Si VP Sara, kahit panoorin nyo uli yung message. Si VP Sara, nag-mention, pumuri sa mga miyembro ng CPP, NPA, NDF na nagpabagsak sa administrasyon ng ama ni Senator Amy Marcos. Hindi man lang kumatok. Hindi man lang di ko alam. Di ko alam eh. Nagpaalam ba siya kay Senator Amy? Hindi ko alam. Naisip ba niya na yung ka-unit team niya is a Marcos? Hindi ko alam. But Philstar, you completely missed the point. Kaya ako in-address ngayon. And I still maintain the same thing. I still maintain the same the same belief. Kaya nga mali eh. Mali. Bakit? Tinanggal niya eh. So, the question now, VP Sara, is this. Sino ang hayop na sumulat nito? Pardon my French. But I have to ask it. Kasi, ang sabi nila, it's a system error in their social media team. Ibig sabihin, kasama mo sa opisina mo itong taong sumulat nito. And apparently, itong taong ito did not even bother to ask your permission to post this. He did not bother to ask. He or she, I don't know. Hindi ko alam kung sino to. This person did not even bother to ask your permission bago niya pinost yung statement ng February 25. So, sino ang sumulat? Kung hindi mo inaprobahan, hindi mo pinapa-upload, bakit na-upload? System error? Come on. We're not stupid. It's either you approved it or someone has more control over your team than you. Co-chair ka ng NTFL ka, tapos may ganito ka. Ano ka? Tapos dadaanin mo sa mga pa-cute videos mo, mag-video ka ng basahan mo na LV. Ano ba? Di ka naman influencer. And even if, let's say mga kakotsero, ginagaya niya yung strategy ni PBBM. Nung hindi siya elected, si PBBM ay nagva-vlog. Minsan family vlog, etc. etc. Pero for the most part, yung mga vina-vlog ni PBBM are national issues. Yung mga response niya sa mga national issues. every now and then, merong ask me a question, every now and then, lalabas si Sandro, every now and then, whatever. Ikaw, ano, what's your take on the different issues of the Philippines? Kung gusto mong gayahin si PBBM, that's what he did. Yun yung ginawa niya before. So what's your take? West Philippine Sea, ano na? Di pa rin namin alam.
Matrabaho ng...
Huwag naman tayong gawing tanga na ganito. Diyos ko naman. Hindi naman tayo tanga. Aminin mo na, bumalentong ka, nagkamali ka. Imposible na mapopost yan nang wala-wala lang, walang approval mo. Imposible. Imposible. Ikaw pa ba? Sa kwento sa amin ha, base sa mga kinukwento sa aming lahat na parang napakatapang mo, napaka stricto mo, maayos kang sistema, etc. etc. Tapos nasablayan ka ng ganito? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Exactly, Maria Manila. Binanggit ko rin yan nung Sunday. Yung inaprubahan nila yung celebration ng EDSA sa DepEd. O don't tell me, hindi mo inaprubahan yun. DepEd yun. Nakasulat doon sa announcement by the authority of the secretary. So balentong din. Come on. Diba? Sana umamin na lang. Tapos hold the person accountable. Ngayon, hindi namin alam kung sino yung ghostwriter mo dyan. Na parang pabor pa sa mga komunista. Considering na ikaw ang co-chair ng NTF-ELCA ka. Anyway. Kung sino man yung ghostwriter niya. Hindi ako naniniwalang walang approval yan. Hindi ako naniniwala. Kung gusto niyang ilusot yan, di gano'n na lang. Bahala siya. But I don't think she's convincing anyone. Baka tinawagan siya ni Super Ate. Super Ate niya. Baka tinawagan siya na Super Ate niya. Tapos ang ibabalik. Ano ibabalik? Mahal ko kayo. Okay, salamat. Diba? Mahal ko kayo. Salamat. Tingnan nyo yung basahan ko, LB. Okay. Sana naglabas ka na rin ng statement tungkol dito. As in, video message mo. Total naman, mahilig siya sa video message. Anyway. Gulong-gulong ngayon ng mga gulong-gulong time ng mga Duterte Balahura supporters. Ikot-ikot lang, ikot-ikot lang. Ikot-ikot lang, ikot-ikot. Ay, nako. Kanina kaya medyo triggered ako diyan kasi kanina may pinapanood akong dahil sa misis ko na medyo nagiging interesado ako sa K-drama. May pinanood kami K-drama kanina. Tapos yung isang episode tungkol sa sundalo. Panoorin nyo na lang. Maganda yung K-drama. Tomorrow yung time. Tomorrow yung time. But anyway, Kaya medyo triggered ako dito sa CBP. Kasi daming namatay dyan eh. Daming namatay na. Di ba ang estimate nga nila, it's around 30 to 50,000 Filipinos, including soldiers. More or less 20,000 soldiers ang pinatay ng NPA. Anyway, sa mga kung merong sundalong mga nakakapanood nitong video natin na to, maraming pong salamat sa serbisyo nyo. Your service will hindi kayang pantayan ng kahit sinong politiko yan o kahit sinong negosyante yan. Iba ang serbisyo ng mga sundalo, mga kutsero. Ang puhunan ng sundalo, buhay nila. So, kapag kayo may nakakasalubong na sundalo o may kilala kayong sundalo o veterano o retired na sundalo, pasalamatan nyo sila sa naging serbisyo nila kasi iba yung puhunan ng sundalo, guys. So, yun. Pasalamatan natin yung serbisyo nila. Hindi katulad ng politiko, ang puhunan nila laway. Ang mga sundalo, hindi. Buhay nilang dapat ino-honor natin sila. Anyway. May Department of Explanation. May paliwanag na agad. Yung Duterte Department of Explanation and Interpretation. DDEI. Or pwedeng DIED. Department of Interpretation and Explanation of the Dutertes. DIED. Died. Department of Interpretation and Explanation of the Dutertes. Ay, nako. Anyway. Mabilis ang shoutout lang, guys. Shoutout tayo. Frelin Malyale, salamat po sa inyong stars. Jennifer Briones Ongkinko, salamat din po sa inyong stars. Elmer Bahet, salamat din po sa stars. Ayan, maraming pong salamat. At nananatili po kayong supporter ng ating channel. Okay, dito naman sa wala namang bagong super chat. Okay, mabilis ang shoutout lang, guys. Sabrina Adonis, Villegas, Antonio Rafael Paragas. Naku, huwag niyo po muna akong tawaging attorney. Naku po, baka gawing ebidensya yan laban sa akin in the future. Sabihin, nagpapanggap ako abogado. Pero nang araw tumatawag sa akin peking abogado eh. In the first place, you don't have the right to call me a fake lawyer because I'm not even a lawyer yet. Abangan nyo. Anyway. Tabs, Jenung, Berto, Kenneth Reyes, Tikbalang Gamers, Rosemary Munoz, Madeline Ventura, Wadas Bodega, CJ Calinaw Manila, Ace Evangelista Pascachi, Casper Gold, Edina Jones, Rosemary Cadavos, Arlene Asis, Agnes Pagado Mariano, Pinoys, Ate Trexie, Kenneth Reyes, Tess Villanueva, Kwento ni Burgudoy, Takahiro, JJ Bar, Rizalina Baluyo, Chopaeng, Pepe Malonzo, Good Vibes, Kamadla, Marites, Lindra Wilkins, Feli Saludes, Albert Limacosa, Nelson Guntan, Reynaldo Liachon Bawalan, Rosemary Munoz, Crisan Gamulo, Opinionadang Miron, DJ Super Mario, Jenong, and Black Mamba. Yun. So mga kutsero, hanggang dito lang po muna tayo sa ating live stream. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe sa ating Coach Jared YouTube channel. And paki-follow na rin po tayo sa ating Facebook page para like updated sa mga ganap sa aking channel. And I'll see you again in our next Coach Jared Live. God bless everyone. See you next time. Bye. Pag ganun, natin gawing tanga mga Pilipino. Mas maganda kasi nasa lugar ka na tanga kaysa yung pinipilit mo yung pagkakataon. Are they willing to go that far? Hindi nakakalimutan ng Pilipino yan hanggang di nakasagot niya. Sino ngayon nagsasabi ng totoo?
दोस्तों ये एक बहुत ही आसान प्रोजेक्ट है। इसको बनाने के लिए बहुत ही कम कंपोनेंट्स की ज़रूरत है। इसमें 2 तरीके की एलईडी लाइट का यूज़ किया गया है और केवल इसमें पॉजिटिव और नेगेटिव टर्मिनल को बैटरी से ही जोड़ा गया है बस, और ज़्यादा कुछ इसमें किया नहीं गया है। बहुत ही देखने में अमेजिंग है। इसी तरीके की वीडियोस के लिए आप हमें सब्सक्राइब कर सकते हैं। अब देखिए हम इसमें बैटरी को जोड़ रहे हैं। ये TP5046 मॉड्यूल है जो कि बैटरी चार्जिंग के लिए यूज़ होगा। अब सारे कनेक्शन हम बैटरी के कनेक्शन कर दे रहे हैं। इनपुट और आउटपुट देख के अब इसमें आउटपुट का कनेक्शन किया जा रहा है। अब ये हम इसका चार्जिंग चेक कर लेंगे। लाइट ब्लिंक हो रही है, मतलब चार्ज हो रहा है। देखिए हम इसको ऑन कर दिया। देखिए कितना मस्त अमेजिंग लग रहा है देखने में। दोस्तों ये एक बहुत ही आसान प्रोजेक्ट है। इसको बनाने के लिए बहुत ही कम कंपोनेंट्स की ज़रूरत है। इसमें 2 तरीके की एलईडी लाइट का यूज़ किया गया है और
Mayor, alam mo, bilib ako sa iyo, Mayor Baste. Totoo lang. Kung makapagsalita ka, nabudol ang administrasyon ni Pangulong Marcos, para kang perpektong tao. Para kang napakahusay, napakagaling na isang public official. Di ba, Mayor? Naakala mo, napaka-perpekto mong tao, napaka-galing mo Ano bang napatunayan mo, Mayor Baste Duterte? Ha? Ano ang napatunayan mo bilang mayor ng
Ting bang ting, ting ting bang, ting bang ting, bam bam.
In this video, we're going to be building a fully DIY microphone that not only has an incredibly unique retro aesthetic, but is entirely self-contained, featuring a built-in shock mount, adjustable boom arm, preamp, and a USB Type-C interface. And of course, this being a DIY perks project, it also features a premium sound quality that's so good that it can compete against professional-grade microphones that cost literally 30 times as much. Let's get to it. Microphone design is more of an art than a science, which is why professional models can often cost thousands of dollars, and some are revered decades after their debut. Of course, cheap microphones are readily available in the devices we use every day, but their sound quality leaves a lot to be desired when it comes to anything other than communication, partly due to the limitations posed by the physical size of their microphone capsules, which are generally far smaller than those used in professional equipment. Remarkably though, some of these large capsules aren't actually that expensive, and it's possible to buy the exact same capsule that's in this $500 microphone, for example, for just $12 directly from the manufacturer, which is a huge saving if we can process the signal as well as the original circuitry does. This particular capsule is a JLI 2555 and is a permanently polarized type, which makes it fairly easy to get a sound signal from it, simplifying the build process quite significantly. Because the membranes in microphones of this type have such a weak output though, this output needs to be strengthened before anything can be done with it. On a lot of small capsules, this extra strength is provided by an internal transistor soldered to a PCB on the back. But the much larger JLI microphone leaves it up to the designer to add one, presumably for customizability. Thankfully, suitable transistors are readily available, and hooking it up just requires the leg labelled as gate on the datasheet to be soldered to the capsule's central tab like so. The leg next to it won't be used, so I just chopped it off to avoid confusion, leaving the remaining legs known as drain and source. Because of the way the transistor will work in the circuit, I'm going to refer to these legs as microphone positive and microphone negative, as they'll both be outputting the same signal but at opposing phases, which will be handy for the preamp circuit we'll be building later. Now, as the goal is to isolate the capsule from desk noises, a normal audio cable is just not going to cut it for wiring these legs up, as even thin varieties are far too stiff and allow vibrations to be transferred straight into the capsule and become very audible. A solution to this is to actually make a custom cable using some thin enamelled copper wire like that used in the windings of small electric motors. With the mass of this wire being so low, vibrations just won't be able to travel through it, and being enamelled it means that short circuits are prevented if they ever touch each other. However, as they are bare wires, they're still vulnerable to electrical interference. With the normal audio cable, this interference is dealt with by an outer shield of copper strands that wrap around the middle two cores, preventing interference from affecting them, and a great way of replicating this functionality is to use some 2mm desoldering wire. Now, you might think that the only use for this stuff is to enable the removal of solder from bad joints, but taking a close look at it reveals that it's in fact braided in such a way that allows it to be opened out with something like a knitting stick, which returns the braid to its original pre-squashed hollow shape. This means that the delicate enamelled wires can be pulled back through it, resulting in a fully shielded 2-core microphone cable that should block pretty much all vibrations from travelling down its length due to its extremely low mass. Once the enamel has been sanded from the ends of the thin wires, they can be soldered up to the remaining legs on the transistor, with the shield itself going to the capsule's ground tab. After making sure that they're both connected properly, the polarity needs to be marked, making it easy to join them up to some normal audio cable, with the red wire being for the positive signal and the white wire being for the negative signal, and heat shrink protecting all of the joints. So, with the cable now sorted, you might think that it's ready to test out on something, but not so fast. Just like unshielded cables, a large diaphragm capsule will pick up a lot of interference from the surrounding environment, rendering its output unusable. This is why microphones always feature a dense metal mesh around their capsules, as it blocks all interference while allowing sound waves to pass right through unobstructed. To start off our version of this, we're going to begin with some brass wire mesh, which is thin enough to be cut through with scissors. After drilling a hole of similar size to the microphone capsule in some wood, this mesh can be shaped by hammering a suitably sized cylinder or dowel down on top.
Malalang fungi, time to go pro with Canis Pro. Once daily lang.
If symptoms persist, consult your doctor.
This is an easy way to make some really nice custom shaped grills that match the capsule, and we need one for both the front and back. To join these together, we'll need a thin brass strip, which needs to be made into a ring that the grills can fit into. The reason why we're using brass here is because, besides looking really nice, it can be soldered too, allowing for easy welds in a home environment. While it is possible to solder these together using a reasonably powerful soldering iron, another alternative is to use a small kitchen blowtorch, as these are super cheap and work quite well for jobs like this, as you'll see in a moment. So, after polishing it up with some wet and dry sandpaper followed by some metal polish, the join is barely noticeable. But before the capsule and grills can be mounted to it, some hooks are required for the suspension system. I found that a good way to make these is to bend some brass wire into small loop shapes and then solder them to the ring directly with some flux and solder. Although this time using a torch from behind is recommended, as it makes no physical contact, so minimises the chances of knocking it out of position. After giving this a final polish, the capsule and grills can be pushed inside and held in place with some epoxy. Though it's worth noting that they all need to make electrical contact so that they work as a grounded shield around the capsule. All of this effort is definitely worth it in my book, as it looks great, with a real retro charm to it. But there is one serious flaw in its design. It's not immediately obvious, but after testing I found that having the brass cylinder extend back as far as it does affects the audio pickup in quite a significant way. You see, the capsule we're using is designed to be highly directional and only pick up sounds from in front of it. The way this works is to actually allow sound waves to enter in at the rear of the capsule through many small holes that are precisely sized and positioned to cause a delay in the sound as it enters here, resulting in the cancellation of sounds from off-axis. Because the cylinder interferes with this delay, the cancellation effect is reduced and the microphone picks up a lot more off-axis sound, which in some cases will be desirable, but for vocal use, not so much. Thankfully, remedying this is fairly straightforward, as drilling plenty of holes along one edge of the initial brass strip, as well as making it as shallow as possible, allows the sound to enter in at the rear unimpeded, so it leaves intact the capsule's directional pickup ability, and in my opinion it looks even cooler in appearance thanks to all of these holes. So with the capsule encased and wired up like this, it's time to make the all-important arm and suspension system for it. Brass is again ideal here, only this time we'll be using it in the form of 3mm rods, which can be bought from places like Amazon and eBay, links in the description below. As the ends of these are a bit rough when cut, using a file to round them off is a good idea, especially when followed up with a drill and wet and dry sandpaper, as a highly polished finish can be achieved. Their job is to provide support from which to suspend the microphone from, and I'm bending mine slightly for aesthetic purposes, after which some more brass wire can be used to make the anchor points, similarly to what we did on the capsule. They do need to be securely held apart though, so the remaining rods can be bent into arches and leant over to meet in the middle, which allows them to be soldered together with a short brass tube. More about this in a moment. After soldering the side pieces to the ends of these larger arches as well, you can see that it makes for a really nice sweeping shape, and it's fairly structural as it's essentially two curved triangles. Before the microphone can be suspended from it though, it does need a support arm. Keeping with the brass theme, some brass tubes are needed this time, along with a brass rod that can fit snugly inside them. This brass rod is fairly critical, as shorter lengths of it can be cut off to make some internal end caps that can be soldered in place to one end of each tube. This makes the ends solid enough for some through holes, particularly as the surrounding area needs to be filed flat. This flatness allows the tubes to be clamped together using a screw to make a hinge, and as the main structure remains hollow, it will allow the microphone's grey wire to be routed through them later. To function properly though, this support arm needs another hinge at the bottom as well, which can simply be made by giving some more brass rod cut-offs the same filing and polishing process that we used earlier and clamping them in place with a few bent pieces of brass. The main arm can be slid down on top of these like a sleeve and held in place with some more screws. And just like that, we have a fully articulating arm and cradle system. But before it can be assembled together with the microphone suspended from it, we need to work on the third and perhaps most important part of this build, the preamp and USB interface.
New Pepsi Zero Sugar Lime. Basta food trip, Pepsi. Mas masarap maiba.
You see, although the signal from the microphone is strengthened by its transistor, it's still not powerful enough to actually send sound to the next stage, and needs some amplification. In a studio environment, this amplification is usually provided by a separate unit, available in many shapes and sizes for different use cases, but usually at a significant price tag. As the plan is to keep everything self-contained and low cost, for us it means instead building one from scratch. In an effort to keep this simple for those of you who want to recreate this project at home, I've designed a preamp circuit that uses minimal components, so is fairly straightforward to put together, and in the description you'll find a PDF containing all the parts required and a strip board template that you can cut out. The idea with this template is to line it up with the holes on the strip board and stick it in place using some double-sided tape, poking through all of the holes with a pin as marked. Before adding any of the components though, we need to drill through the board at these outermost dots, which can be used later along with some PCB pillars for mounting purposes. And with that we can begin. On the template, straight lines represent direct connections that must be bridged, of which there are 3. Next up are the resistors, although it's worth noting that some of their values have subsequently been updated since filming, so be sure to check out the template to be up to date. This process basically continues with some connectors, an IC holder and a few capacitors, all of which are clearly marked on the template. The last component to add here is a rather special one in the form of an isolated voltage booster, which takes an input voltage of 5 volts and boosts it up to not only 15 volts positive, but also 15 volts negative, which is important as that's what's required by the component that makes this whole thing work, a THAT 1512 integrated audio amplifier. This little beauty is essentially what does all of the amplification, taking the tiny signal from the microphone and boosting it up to a line level output, all while contributing barely any noise at all to the circuit. Underneath this IC is the only place where the copper traces need to be severed to complete the circuit. Now it's worth noting that I'm by no means a circuit designer, and this one may have plenty of room for improvement. If you have a comment or feedback about how to improve any aspect of it, feel free to send me an email and I'll update the template accordingly. Anyway, with this soldered up, it needs a housing to keep it safe. For aesthetics, I've decided to introduce some wood here, particularly as this piece has a really nice grain structure. Being wood though, it's not going to provide any interference protection, but this can quickly be remedied by adding some brass mesh and grounding it, though it's important to add an insulator between it and the preamp to prevent any short circuits. So with the preamp complete, the last thing to add here is a USB audio interface. From my experience, even cheap ones like this from Amazon can have a super clean input, as the circuitry they use has been around for years now, so is fairly mature. While it's possible to leave the original USB port in place, I would like mine to be USB Type-C, so I chopped it off and replaced it with a little USB Type-C breakout board. I have a full video about this topic in the description for those of you who need more information about this process. Now the preamp itself needs to pull power from this Type-C connection as well, so I soldered up a couple of wires to its 5V output for this to be passed on. So with that done, it can be glued to the rear of the base, and the interface mounted wherever there's room for it, after which the audio cable can be plugged in, as well as the power cable, as shown here. So the last thing to do is make the rest of the case, for which I'll be going back to using brass and bending it to shape, adding some screw mounts to the inside in the form of some brass pillars that are soldered in place. This shell can be capped off with one final piece of wood, again using some brass mesh to add some interference shielding. A volume control knob can be added here as well, which is just a rotary switch with various resistors, the values of which you can find on the project PDF. Using a rotary switch like this allows for repeatable volume levels, though it would have been nice to have a brass control knob, but this silver one will do for now. So with all these individual components completed, it's time to put them all together and see what the final form looks like, as well as, more importantly, test out how it sounds. But before we get on with that, it's time for a quick ad from this video's sponsor, Freetrade. Freetrade is an award-winning, commission-free investing app with a transparent pricing model, so no hidden fees. They're focused on making the buying of shares as accessible as possible, and have been the winner of the British Bank Awards for Best Online Trading Platform for 3 years in a row. With the simple, intuitive design, you can begin investing with as little as £2, and with fractional US stocks available, you can invest small amounts into expensive stocks like Google and Tesla as well. Now, one of the big benefits of sensible investing is to help to keep your savings safe against inflation. But doing due diligence and researching where to put your money can allow you to compound your wealth as well in the long term. Of course, none of this is financial advice, and the value of what you invest in can ultimately go up and down, and you may get back less than what you invest. I'll reiterate that you must always do your own research or seek professional advice because your capital is at risk. If all of this sounds a bit of a minefield, it's worth noting that Freetrade have many helpful guides to take you through the basics of investing and a community forum that you can partake in to discuss everything investing related. Now, the best bit is that if you sign up at freetrade.io/DIYperks, they'll give you a random free share in a company such as Greggs or Rightmove worth between £3 and £200 once you've funded your account. And one of the things that I noticed when I signed up is how easy it is to get your money from your bank into the app and start investing straight away. And I'm quite looking forward to being able to actually make my savings do something rather than just being in a bank account. So if you want to do that too, don't forget to sign up at freetrade.io/DIYperks and get investing today. So the first thing we'll put together is the support system. Remember that short brass tube that we added here? Well, it was cut from the same tube that the brass rod fits into, and so a little insert can be made to match its length and then tapped to add a thread down its centre. This can then be inserted into the tube and screwed to a little homemade bracket. As you can see, it needs to be mirrored on the other side as well, only this time it gets attached to the arm and it's orientated at 90 degrees. The short tube in the arm, by the way, was mounted by using a file to make a matching socket for it and then soldering it in place. As you can see, gluing some material to the inside edge is necessary as it provides enough friction to add some stiffness so that it doesn't flop around. The microphone's output wire can now be threaded through the holes in the arm and routed down to the bottom, after which the whole thing can be mounted onto the base. After threading the microphone wire into this as well, its connector can now be added and then be plugged into the preamp along with the gain control switch and closed up. Pretty sweet. This means that the final thing to do is at last suspend the microphone, for which we'll need some nitrile O-rings. These are usually used as gaskets, but the material itself is really good at absorbing vibrations, so it's perfect for using to support the capsule. So, are you ready? With the polished brass and sweeping curves, it looks better than I ever thought that it could. But the real question is, does it have the acoustic quality to match? Well, you've been listening to it this entire time, so you can be the judge. Personally, from my tests, I think it sounds amazing. It's got a really clear high end without sounding harsh, and plenty of low end presence as well, so it sounds really smooth overall. And this really does punch well above its weight for what it costs to build, which is roughly $30. For example, if you were starting out on YouTube with some narration or maybe doing a streaming setup, you might splurge out on this Rode NT USB microphone. Now, despite costing 3 times as much as this DIY microphone, it's actually a fairly significant step down in terms of its audio quality, with a higher noise floor and far less clarity. I've done a few tests with it actually, and you can find those linked below to verify all my findings here. Now, on top of a poorer sound quality, by default it's just the microphone that sits on a desk, and if you were streaming, for example, that's just going to pick up a lot of sounds from your keyboard, and it needs really an extra boom arm and shock mount, which again is an extra cost, whereas with the DIY microphone it's all built in and already there. So that's a pretty impressive result, really, that it can beat a more expensive USB microphone that you might buy. However, how does it compare even higher up the quality chain? Well, here I have a CAD E100S, which cost me about the equivalent of $600, and I use it for my narration normally, and it sounds amazing. I love it, and I haven't felt the need to upgrade just because it sounds so good. However, it also needs a $200 preamp in order to get a sound to my computer, so an $800 setup should sound better than a $30 DIY microphone, right? Well, no, not at all. You see, the DIY microphone actually uses the same capsule that's in this CAD E100S, and as the preamp just amplifies the signal without adding any distortion or altering the sound in any way, it's not really a surprise that it sounds the same, even in the noise floor department. Honestly, why buy an $800 setup when you could build it for $30? It really is looking good so far. However, how is it going to compare with something more expensive? How is it going to compare against the king of microphones? That's right, this is a Neumann U87AI, a $3,000 microphone. That's 100 times as expensive as this. This is going to be interesting. Testing, 1, 2, 3. This is with the Neumann U87AI, and it's one of the gold standard microphones and is used in studios throughout the world due to its natural sound quality and ability to be used with many different things like different instruments and stuff. And I'm going to switch over to my DIY microphone now so that you can get a general idea of the differences in the way these microphones render sound. And yeah, you can decide which one you prefer on my voice at the very least. I know this isn't a very conclusive test because with a microphone you would want to test it with different voices and different instruments and all sorts of things, but this is all I can do for now, and it just gives you a general idea. Now, a big thank you must go to Antoine for lending me this thing because it is very expensive, and it was fantastic timing, I've got to say. So, what do you think? So, I hope you guys have enjoyed seeing how to make your very own high-quality USB Type-C microphone. For me, it's been quite a long journey to get to this point. I've been researching it for a long time on how to actually effectively do it in the most simple manner, so I'm glad to have finally gotten this out there, and if you do want to make one yourself, you can find all the details in the description below. But other than that, I'm Matt, you've been watching DIY Perks, and I hope to see you next time. Goodbye for now.
Unhealthy habits may increase your risk of lifestyle diseases. Try doctor-prescribed Centrum Advance. May lycopene to help protect your heart. Potassium tumutulong sa normal blood pressure. Chromium na sumusuporta sa normal blood sugar. Centrum Advance.
Hello, I'm Matt and welcome back to DIY Perks. In this video I'm going to be showing you how to build your very own homemade projector. And get this, it's 4K. You heard that right, it's 4K. This is going to be a good one. Despite being homemade, this projector packs a serious punch, with a sharp contrasty image and vibrant colours. It's also fully Android enabled, so can operate on its own without it being plugged into anything, making it brilliant for watching online content with friends and family. Now later on I will be comparing the image quality to an off-the-shelf cinema projector that costs $2,000, and believe me, it's a bit shocking, so stay tuned for that. But before we actually begin the build process, I want to show you the fundamentals of how projectors work so that you get a base level understanding of it. For this explainer, I'm going to project a slide image, which is basically a small transparent photograph. When it's placed in front of a light source, all it does is cast vague, blurry colours, so it needs to be brought into focus by a lens. Here though, you might be surprised to see that the result is a single bright spot in the middle. This is because the lens is only seeing a single bright point of light, so the rest of the image remains dark as a result. To understand exactly what's going on here, we need to plot out the rays of light. So our basic projector setup so far consists of a projection lens, an image, and a light source. All the light rays are radiating out from this light source with no directionality, so the rays that actually hit the back of the projection lens are the ones that have only passed through the middle of the image. To rectify this and keep the light source close by, projectors use an additional lens between the light source and the image set up to collimate the light rays to make them parallel, and this results in the full image now being projected. Efficiency can be increased further with the addition of a converging lens, which directs the parallel rays straight towards the back of the projection lens, making the projection even brighter. So hopefully you understand the basic theory behind how projectors work, and I think it's about time we get to building ours. Taking a look at the inside, you can see that it's essentially made of different layers, all supported by 4 threaded rods to allow for accurate positioning during construction. To make the layers themselves, I suggest using aluminium, as it's cheap, strong and easy to work with. Each layer has to be a 20cm square, with a hole in each corner for the threaded rods to fit through. Now these also need various holes and cutouts made in them throughout the build, depending on what components they support, but I'll cover this as we go along. So to start the frame off, we're going to make the base layer, and as this will be externally visible, I'm going to add some matte black vinyl wrap to it, as it's quicker than painting and gives a good overall finish. We can now take one of the rods and thread a pillar spacer onto it, followed by the new black layer, clamping it in place with a capped dome nut. The spacing provided by the pillars needs to add about 4 cm, so you may need to add a few of them to achieve this. Anyway, once all 4 threaded rods have been clamped in place, you can see that the dome nuts function as feet. To address the rods wobbling around though, we can add the first additional layer, which can again be clamped in place with some nuts. The space between these layers will be used to house various power wires, so it needs a hole made in it for these wires to pass through later. So with the internal frame now started, it's ready to be built upon, and the first component we're going to add is the light source. For this we'll need a 100 watt LED, a heatsink, and a power board, links to all of which you can find in this video's description. As we want the projector to have vivid and vibrant colours, I recommend choosing an LED with a high colour rendering index, or CRI. This does mean that you'll be spending a bit more on it, but it's money well spent as it directly affects the final image in a significant way. One thing to consider when you choose yours is its diameter however, as this will affect your lens choice. I'll be going into this in detail later, but for now just take it that the larger the LED's surface area, the wider the aperture opening on the lens has to be. Either way, as the LEDs are so bright, they do get very hot, which is what the heatsink is for. Using a CPU cooler from a computer is ideal for this, and old ones can be found online quite cheaply. Its size might lead some to think that it's overkill for this use case, but it's actually ideal as it will mean that the final projector will operate more quietly due to the additional cooling headroom provided by the large cooler, allowing for slower spinning fans. So to mount this heatsink, we can place it on top of the base and thread 4 nuts onto the rods so that they match the heatsink's height. These are for supporting a new layer, with more nuts being used to tightly clamp it in place. As you can see, on this new layer I've already added a hole for the LED to see out through, and a vent slot along one edge. This slot is the start of the airflow cooling path that will allow air to pass through the entire projector, keeping it cool. It is an essential step, and every layer needs one of these vents. Anyway, once the LED has some wires soldered to it, it should be able to fit nicely into its hole. The heatsink can then have a small dot of thermal compound added to its centre and then be clamped against the LED, resulting in both components being held securely in place. The LED can now be hooked up to its power board, which is in fact a voltage booster. Before this gets hooked up though, you need to adjust it to the correct values for your specific LED, and you can find an entire video on how to do this on the DIY Perks Extra channel, a link to which you can find in this video's description. A good place to mount this power board, by the way, is underneath the heatsink's base, as it can make contact with the heatsink here and take advantage of its cooling ability. So with that done and working, it's time to take control over these light rays and quite literally bend them to our will. Our goal here is, if you remember, to take the radiating light rays and first make them parallel, and then direct them to where the projection lens will be later. Instead of using large expensive glass lenses for these, we're going to use what are known as Fresnel lenses, which are basically flat lenses that slice up the required curvature to achieve a much thinner and cheaper lens, and they're usually made out of plastic. They can be bought as a set specifically for DIY projector projects like this, and I've put a link to some in this video's description. Each one needs to be fitted onto its own layer, and again, don't forget the vent slots. Now I've made one of mine black to differentiate it during this video, so the silver one is going to act as the collimator lens, which makes the rays parallel, while the black one is going to act as the converging lens. So the silver collimator lens needs to be mounted in place first, with its Fresnel ridges facing upwards. To achieve collimation, it does need to be precisely positioned above the LED at its specified focal length, which for mine is 90mm. If you don't know the exact focal length of yours, or you want to make sure that it is absolutely precise and accurate, a good way of taking this measurement can be done before the LED got mounted in place by doing a reverse preview of the system. To do this, place a scrap piece of aluminium where the LED goes to provide a surface to focus on, and then tilt the whole thing towards the sun, our most distant light source. Now this is going to get very bright, so never look directly at the focused point. Instead, use a pin to poke a tiny hole through a piece of electrical tape, and then stick this over your smartphone's camera to block most of the light so that you don't damage its sensor. You can then preview what you're doing on the screen without ever looking directly at the light yourself. The goal here is to adjust the positioning of the lens so that it projects the sun into a single tiny dot. When you're satisfied, take the measurement of this new position and note it down, as this is the lens's true focal length. Now, just to prove that this is a very intense point of light, this dry stick spontaneously combusts when it touches the focal point. Yikes. Anyway, once it's all in place, you can tell that it is in fact working as a collimator because the LED, which is at its focal point, doesn't appear to change in size when you move closer to it. Pretty wild. It's essentially been pinned at infinity, and it's like we're looking out at it through a window. When the LED is lit up, it affects shadows in a similar way. They don't change in size like you would expect from a local light source, it just goes between blurry and sharp. Anyway, after adding some pillar spacers, the next lens can be slid down, but this time with its smooth side facing upwards. In this configuration, it takes the parallel light rays and condenses them down to a single point where the projection lens will be later. For now though, it's time to work on the focusing system. The way we're going to adjust focus is by moving the image layer forwards and backwards, and this changes the distance between it and the projection lens, allowing us to keep the projected image crisp and sharp. This movement is going to be achieved by taking advantage of the threaded rods, allowing for very fine adjustment of focus. To start this off, we'll need a layer with a large cutout in the middle for light to pass through unobstructed, along with, you guessed it, a vent slot. We need to screw a few small pillar supports onto this layer first though, as it's part 1 of 2, and it also needs to have a piece of clear acrylic added over the cutout so that air is prevented from passing through it and instead has to go through the provided vent slot. So to get each corner of this platform to rise and fall in unison, we're going to utilise a set of 4 GT2 timing belt pulleys. But as you can see, they don't bite the rods, so we need to add some threads to them. An easy way of doing this is to get some threaded inserts and they're slightly too large, so a quick spin in a drill with a file trims them down to size, and then they can be clamped in place with the grub screws. Nice. These can now be screwed down in place, and to make them all synchronised we can use a GT2 timing belt. The 2 idler pulleys you see here help to keep it nice and tight over a 5th pulley which has a knob attached. This keeps them all successfully synchronised, so once the second part is added, it will rise and fall evenly and reliably. This second part is actually the most exciting part of the build, as it is in fact the vitally important image source. Now in my demonstration earlier I used this little slide image, and as it's transparent, light can just shine through it to be projected by the lens. But obviously we want to watch video, so we need some kind of screen that light can shine through. And you know what works for that? A small LCD panel with its backlight removed. Small LCDs like this are used in smartphones, and you can buy them off eBay along with a control board that adds an HDMI input, making it a high pixel density mini monitor. You can of course find links to these in the description, and they're really not that expensive, even for a 2560 by 1440 pixel panel. That will provide a superbly sharp projected image, and will be certainly good enough for most use cases, so is my recommendation. However, this being the debut of this particular projector design, I want it to be something extra special, and the headline feature I'm going for is 4K. Now, as you can imagine, 4K screens of this size are not at all common, but they do exist. You see, way back in 2015, Sony released a phone called the Xperia Z5 Premium, and it featured rather ridiculously a 4K screen. Now, 4K at this screen size is just absolutely wasted because you can't see any benefit of it, but because we're going to be blowing it up by about 1,000 times, we should see some serious improvements. Take a look at this macro image for example. It's a close-up of a 1080p smartphone screen, and we can see the individual pixels. Compared to the 4K Sony screen however, you can see that there's a monumental difference. So it's going to be interesting to see whether we can retain this detail in the final projected image. So stay tuned for some in-depth tests later. My particular phone has a smashed back, so was actually a very cheap eBay buy. It is worth noting though that this remarkable 4K panel does now appear to be available separately on eBay with an HDMI control board, though it is rather expensive. I've put a link to it in the description if any of you are interested however. Anyway, if you choose to use a phone too, even if it's just to keep costs low by using an old one that you have lying around, you need to make sure that 1. It actually uses an LCD panel rather than something like an OLED, which wouldn't work for this job, and 2. It has to have USB OTG support so that you can plug in a mouse and keyboard to operate it remotely once it's all boxed in. With those checkboxes checked, the first thing to do is dismantle the phone far enough to reach the display. Online phone fixing guides are great for this, and it's not terribly difficult. So with the body and screen now separated, we can mount the body to one of the layers using some right angle brackets. As you can see, I've replaced the battery with a small voltage step down board set to 4.2 volts and added an accompanying 1 farad capacitor, which helps with any power demand spikes. I decided to do this because my particular phone doesn't allow for the battery to be charged when USB OTG is in use, so emulating an infinite battery is the only option I have.
Mag-Vicks Inhaler for fast relief mula sa paradong ilong. Lakas ang boses ko! Vicks Inhaler.
If you went with an HDMI control board display instead of recycling a smartphone, it would likely have to be mounted here in a similar way. For both screen types though, we need to remove the backlight system entirely, which usually involves just lifting the various layers out and delicately disconnecting the backlight strip to stop it from illuminating. Don't be tempted to peel off the reflective layer that's stuck to the back of the screen though, as this is the polarizing layer, and the screen just wouldn't display anything if it wasn't there. With the various layers removed, you can now see that it's basically transparent, meaning that it's ready to be mounted onto its layer. I recommend using tape to hold it temporarily in place for this, and then following up with some epoxy to make it permanent. It can then be slid down on top of the focusing platform and screwed to its pillar supports. This now makes the GT2 pulleys captive, so that adjusting the knob results in a very even and precise rise and fall. It's worth noting that this system is entirely internal, which makes the build simpler overall. Notice too how the front of this layer is black, which is important as this particular layer is brought into focus by the lens. Anyway, with that we're nearly finished, meaning that the last thing to tackle is the all-important projection lens. There are a few things to consider when choosing your lens, the most important being the lens's image circle. You see, while you can purchase an old full-frame SLR camera lens for next to nothing, SLR lenses are designed to cover a 36 by 24mm frame, the same size in fact of that tiny slide I used earlier. If we were to use one of these lenses in our projector, we would only see the very centre of the screen projected because our display is so much larger than what a full-frame lens is designed to cover. So what we need is an old lens type known as large format. These were used in old box cameras and wet plate cameras, and were designed with an image circle that was way larger than those of full-frame lenses. This means that so long as you use a large format camera lens, it's likely to cover the entire phone screen with ease. Even ancient ones have great optical quality and are very cheap on eBay. You can, as usual, find the search terms link in the description if you need help finding them. One other aspect to consider, however, is its aperture. The aperture defines how much light a lens lets through, so you'd think that having a wider aperture would result in a brighter image no matter what, right? Well, not for us, because we've got the converging lens that basically makes the aperture irrelevant so long as the aperture opening is physically wider than the LED we're using, like I mentioned earlier. So for my LED, which is tiny at only 16mm in diameter, a lens with an f9 aperture is fine, and there's no loss of light. If I were to use an LED with a larger diameter, it would necessitate the need for something like an f4 lens, which means that it has a much bigger aperture. Focal length is important too, as your lens needs to have a shorter focal length than that of the converging lens we added earlier. This is so that it can focus on the screen while still being in the optimal position for the converging lens. Once you've got your lens, it can be mounted onto its very own layer and slid in place. Again, the positioning of it is vital to get it to work properly. I tested mine before mounting the image layer in place by having the LED lit and moving the lens up and down until there was no vignetting or colour fringing. Just a perfect white square. I then took note of this measurement, allowing me to now confidently slide it right down in place at this correct stage. Now, one thing that you might be noticing is that everything is pointing upwards towards the ceiling. This is just part of the projector's design because it keeps the projector's footprint very small. And to direct the light forwards, we're going to simply use a mirror. Ideally, this needs to be a front surface mirror, meaning that the reflective surface is on the top rather than behind a piece of glass. This increases image quality dramatically as it eliminates ghosting. To keep costs low, you might want to make one yourself from a standard mirror, and it's actually quite easy to do. You can find a link to a video about how to do it in the description. Either way, this mirror needs to be mounted onto its own layer and fixed to the projector at a 45-degree angle. This mirror also corrects for the flipped image effect that's caused when light passes through a lens, which is why when mounting the screen you can just put it the right way up. So now we've just got a few finishing touches to make before we can try it out. These finishing touches start with routing any power wires down to the base. For mine, I extended a USB OTG cable so that I could route the phone's USB port down to a USB hub, which will allow me to plug in various devices for the phone to utilise, like say a keyboard or a USB drive. Also, at this point you will need to add the fans, which in my case are both configured to push air outwards from the central gap, and they too are powered through a voltage regulator so that they can be set to spin at a slower speed by undervolting them. It is very important that these fans do indeed push air outwards like this, and I'll explain why.
special chicken na chicken kasalo pack. Tastier.
Gabi sa inyong lahat. Sorry. Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Trixie Cruz Angeles. Ito ang Dominos. At kakatapos lang po
Pluto is the brightest object in the Kuiper Belt visible from Earth, but the second brightest in this region is the mysterious red dwarf planet named Makemake. Like Haumea, Makemake has never been observed at close range due to its incredible distance from the Sun, a journey that takes light 6 hours and 20 minutes to reach it. Very little is known about Makemake, but it does appear to be a reddish-brown colour, similar to parts of Pluto, suggesting that its surface is covered in frozen methane and ethane, possibly in the shape of small pellets. This image taken by Hubble is one of the best views we have of the distant dwarf planet, and although it doesn't reveal much, if you look carefully, there is another mysterious object barely visible just above the bright dot that is Makemake. This faint dot is a tiny, dark moon named MK2 that evaded detection for more than a decade, hiding in the glare of its parent. Pluto is the brightest object in the Kuiper Belt visible from Earth, but the second brightest in this region is the mysterious red dwarf.
Crispy pata, panalo sa lutong at lasa. Pustiso, madidisgrasya. Polydent, may strong kapit, gum comfort at food blocker. Pustiso, ready na! Shibuga na! Bibig mo nang nagsabi, mag-Polydent palagi.
今まで開発した空力マシンは、すべてファンが搭載されている。可変ウィングを搭載したマシンもあったけど、メインのダウンフォースはやはりファンデール設計だった。というのも、ファンを使わない空力マシンには、2つの障壁があるのだ。1、重量。このサイズで発生するダウンフォースはとても小さいので、相対的にマシンの重量を小さくしないと効果が出ない。2、検証。空力は風洞実験による検証や、シミュレーションによる解析が主流の分野なので、私のような素人ではなかなか有効な形状にたどり着けない。とはいえいつか挑戦したいと思っていたファンレス空力マシン。重量に関しては刹那を開発した際に色々と勉強して、そこそこ軽いマシンを作れるようになった。流体力学は水4区を通じてちょっとずつ感覚を、などとのんびり遊んでいたら、ファンなしの空力マシンで、ダブルファン搭載マシンの記録を抜かれてしまった。ので、水4区開発を一時中断。急遽空力マシンの開発に着手する。まずは手応えをつかむべく、既存マシンを有用してテスト機を作ってみよう。ベースマシンはもちろん一番軽い刹那。これに空力をぶち込んでいく作戦。私の少ない知識概要には、車体と路面の隙間を利用してダウンフォースを得る、いわゆるグラウンドエフェクトが適しているはずなのだけど、車体の下を湾曲させる必要が、平らで良いのでは？一番ダウンフォースを効かせたいのはレーンチェンジ。そしてレーンチェンジの路面は湾曲している。つまり車体の底面を平らにすればダウンフォースが発生する。これなら簡単に設計できるぞ。というわけで開発を開始する。まずは刹那のデータを読み込み、前後を入れ替えて、スーパーキャパシタをバッテリーに変更。底面の板は可能な限り大きくしよう。実験や解析ができないならゴリ押しするしかない。これらに合わせてシャーシを改変すれば、3D データ完成。なんかモモンガみたい。3D プリンターの設定は、低密度光合成魔法を使用。3D プリンターで召喚。できたのがこちら。どう見てもペリペリする形状に見えるけどこのまま使うぞ。ちょっと端が反っちゃったけどまあよし。ちなみにシャーシ重量は 17.69g。刹那を新シャーシにアップデートすれば、刹那グラウンドエフェクト、通称刹那系、完成だ。ローラーやタイヤはそのまま有用。マシン重量は 42.18g。刹那に比べるとだいぶ重い。大丈夫か？とりあえずシェイクダウン行ってみよう。スイッチオン。ゴー。あれ？急に遅くなったぞ。モーターの音は元気なのに。これはいつものギア緩みっぽいな。ピニオンギアを接着してリトライ。スイッチオン。ゴー。早い。マジか。おー。あれ？急に遅くなった。と思ったら再加速。スピードが安定しないぜ。とりあえずミニ四駆キャッチャーで回収。スローで見ると、1回目も2回目もリアが浮いているけど、良い感じに通過できている。以前刹那で 2.08 秒を出した時は、マシンが飛び出すギリギリだったので、それより重くて速いのに低い姿勢だったということは、空力が機能したということで間違いなさそう。ちなみに速度が安定しなかったのは、ホイールの穴が緩んでシャフトから抜けてしまい、タイヤがシャーシに当たってしまったみたい。リアもフロントも抜けている。それとキャッチの衝撃かコースに当たったかわからないけど、スカートが割れてしまった。さすがに PLA 素材の薄板では強度不足だったか。今回はファンを使わない空力マシンに挑戦。ゴリ押し気味のグラウンドエフェクトで、2秒の壁を突破できたのは良かった。しかし強度不足ですぐに壊れてしまうし、空力を最大限に利用するには、重量も軽くする必要がありそう。材料や設計の工夫だけでなく、より軽量な二輪駆動にするなど、改善できる点はたくさんあるので、今回の知見
What a pity. You know, I consider myself to be a rather flexible deity.
This planet, we don't stand a chance!
Funny kid. Now move.
Ultra awesome Megaton power Cricolor potion attack! Reason you came here and it won't work, cause I'll do whatever it takes to keep the Dragon Balls from you!
Not even the boy's fusion is doing anything against the sky.
I'm about to destroy your whole planet. So I guess there's really no point. You'll be wiped out soon anyway.
We'll see about that!
Stay there, I'll restore you. Thanks.
You can't be retired when there's danger!
But then who's gonna look after Marin?
Don't bother. You'd just be wasting your life.
It's the only way to explain his strange and he's a deity!
Say what?
Broken, sweetie? No, but it hurts like a lot. That's what you get for turning FICO, Tim.
From now on, I kneel to no one! He's doing it again! I can't even find the strength to move!
And you have the gall to call yourselves a war...
Vegeta!
Despite all his muscle flexing and fist waving, he couldn't even scratch my heel. Disgusts me about Saiyans. So much bravado, but you always let me down.
Vegeta!
Your father used to buckle under my foot like this. He couldn't even scratch my heel. Weaklings pretending to rule from imaginary thrones. What a day of disappointments. No pudding, no Super Saiyan God. This world is nothing but a tease.
Of all the ways that a man can die in the universe, killed by a destroyer deity in battle might be as noble as it gets. No! Bulma, no! Oh! Beerus, please have mercy! Whatever you plan to do! Do it to me! Don't hurt her! Don't hurt her!
Wake, are you? Mom, say something. Are you okay?
What did you do to my Bulma? Mark my words, Beerus. Mark them well.
You're going to suffer for what you've done! Destroyer! Stop screwing around and fight me for real! It's your turn to be destroyed, Beerus! Say goodbye, you repugnant bastard! All that I had!
Was that really it? That certainly wasn't the power of a Super Saiyan God. That was child's play.
Dad! It's okay, honey. Stay with us!
If I win, you leave the Earth alone and go back to where you're from.
Very well. Honestly, it's hard to believe that was really you.
If I had taken any one of the shots you're dishing out now during our first fight, I'd have been dead for sure.
Can you block this attack?
You've become quite strong in
Wow, Beerus, that's a whole lot bigger than the last one, isn't it? Whoa, incredible!
It's actually kind of pretty.
It's a good thing you escaped at the moment of the explosion, Super Saiyan God.
You bore me! You were supposed to be different, supposed to be worthy!
No, you wouldn't! Wait! Don't do it, Beerus!
You have yourself to blame. It's not even a question. You found the source. Now tap it all the way. My mistake. I seem to have the wrong person.
Goku!
You sure are strong, Lord Beerus. If there was anyone out there who was that strong, so strong, somehow
It's going to keep on lifting me higher until I can match you, fist for fist.
Now you'll get a full course.
You got this!
Shall we go a little higher?
Yeah!
Huh?
Their impacts are creating energy shockwaves like earthquakes creating tsunamis.
The whole universe as we know it could be ripped apart.
The damage will increase exponentially as the growing shockwaves until nothing remains but an empty void.
You have to call off this fight immediately! I know you can hear me! Please stop!
I'm afraid they're both too obsessed with the battle to stop. You know that as well as I do.
Your progress so far has been remarkable. I bet it seems strange. Me showing gratitude for these powers by using them against you, but I know that's what you want.
Then we're doomed.
You're already trying to reach a higher level. You're damn right!
You're as strong as they come. It's torture to say this, but you've won. The Super Saiyan God Power just spoke to me loud and clear.
No way!
You clearly weren't bluffing about having more power.
100%! Here's one you won't be able.
Let me go! It's not a battle of gods! Yeah, well, it worked, didn't it?
Didn't even hurt.
You lied!
Again and again, you've managed to overcome your own limitations.
Would you please stop talking to me like it's over?
Your Super Saiyan God power is played. What the heck?
Fight in space?
But your God power has run out.
What?
Just look, you idiot.
Strange. I guess I did lose it, but I'm not feeling weaker at all. What's going on, Lord Beerus?
Your body has learned from the experience of fighting in God. The red glow of Saiyan divinity may have left you, but the strength now burns within you like a flame. I allowed myself to dignify such a fool.
Am I missing something? Because I think I'm getting a bit...
Sure. Bring it on. The god you summoned was a patchwork thing, and it took a stunning amount of my own power to stop it. Just between the two of us. For a moment there, you actually made me regret getting obsessed with that little dream.
I really wanted to win this.
This is how I first attacked you. This battle has stirred within me.
I can't give up. I don't really know where my power is now.
Is that right? Then what are you waiting for? Go on, put it all in one attack. That's quite the display. Seems I'll need more than my fist.
What the hell is that thing? Come on! I've never seen anything like this! Hey, Beerus. I did it, didn't I?
In a way.
But I don't care.
Saiyan pride. It's boundless.
New Pharmaton Energy Plus.
Me? Additional? The meeting, this hearing of the committee of the whole is resumed.
Mr. Chair, I move that we...
Floor leader.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that we resume consideration of RBH number 7.
There's a motion to resume consideration of our resolution of both houses number 7.
Mr. Chair, for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the
Resolution of both houses number 7, a resolution of both houses of Congress proposing amendments to certain economic provisions of the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines, particularly on Articles 12, 14, and 16.
Floor leader.
Mr. Chair, before we proceed, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our invited resource persons. They are ASEC Attorney Agaton Teodoro Overo, Assistant Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry, Attorney Alfredo A. Garbin, the Executive Director of Ako Bicol Party List, and Attorney Adrian Agbon from the Department of Finance.
Okay, good afternoon to our resource persons. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for joining us.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize the Honorable, the gentle lady from ACT Teachers, the Honorable Franz Castro, to continue her interpellation.
Representative Franz Castro, you have the floor. You may proceed with your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may also request the majority floor leader to answer my questions, Mr. Chair. Okay, so kanina, Mr. Chair, no, pinag-uusapan natin yung mga procedure. After we have approved yung RBH 7, it is possible na magkakaroon ng amendments aside from the 3 that we are talking or the 3 that are contained in RBH 7. Tama po ba, Mr.
It is possible that a member may propose amendment, but as to whether or not that amendment will be accepted by the sponsoring committee or the plenary is a different story. Pero pwede may mag-propose, pero not necessarily will be accepted. Yun lang.
Well, tignan po natin yung mangyayari, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, as I've said, yung suspicion can only be disproven by the turn of events.
Yeah. Earlier, the Chairman Rufus Rodriguez brought out about the resolution on both houses, number 2, during the time of SB, Speaker SB. And there are meron pong 7 na amendments. So, is it possible na during the amendments, like for example, yung ownership ng land, yung tungkol sa media, yung tungkol dito sa Section 10, ng Article 12, and so on po. Pwede po bang masama yun doon?
It would depend on any member who would propose that amendment. But if you're going to ask me, may a member propose such an amendment, then nothing prevents a member from proposing such an amendment. In fact, nothing prevents a member from proposing an amendment to delete, as suggested by former Supreme Court Justice Renato Puno, just to delete the 3 entire instead of providing. But as I've said, may propose, but as to whether or not that will be accepted by the sponsoring committee, and if rejected, can be appealed on the plenary, and kung manalo sa appeal, that's the only time that it will find itself being included in the in the resolution.
Yes, thank you po. So malinaw na po sa atin na pwede pa rin po talaga na mag-propose.
As provided, talagang there is nothing cynical about that. Wala hong masama doon because it's a procedure allowed by our rules.
Yes. Kung very substantial amount of amendments nga po. So, for example, 3 lang yung nandito. And then you will propose 5 na nandoon. Pwede ba mangyari yun, Mr. Chair, dito sa ating procedure?
Hypothetical po yan. Hindi ko masagot yung hypothetical kung may mag-propose or not. Hindi ko masasagot yan. Hintayin na lang ho natin kung may mag-propose, gaano karami, and if it relates to the subject matter being taken up by the resolution. But kung may mag-propose, as I've said, it's a right of any member during the period of individual amendment for that to propose anything. But as again, under our rules, subject to the acceptance by the sponsoring committee, or if rejected, can be appealed to the plenary.
Okay. Thank you po, Mr. Chair. So this is a committee of the whole, Mr. Chair. So kapag na-approve po ito, yung ating mga amendments, at yung ating RBH 7, and kung merong mga amendments, and then magkakaroon ng BICAM, at kung iba po yung magiging version naman ng Senate ngayon na ginagawa, and then later on, nag-BICAM. Kung, Mr. Chair, hindi po nagkasundo doon. So halimbawa, nagboto, here in the House of Representatives, we got the 3/4 of all the members. Pero dun sa Senate, yung kanilang yung kanilang RBH 6 or 7 ay hindi naabot yung 3/4. So, anong mangyayari doon, Mr. Chair?
Wala. Ang pinakamaganda
Sing a song of gladness and cheer, for the time of Christmas.
Minsan, talo ko sa ibang choices. Buti pa sa Jollibee Mix and Match combos. Lahat panalo. Choose your own sulit sarap combo. Kahit ano pang piliin mo, masarap. Jollibee Mix and Match combos. 75 lang.
the biggest man you ever see in your life. So get with it. I'm big and strong, I last so long, you can't go wrong with big, big, yo, 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 I am, a mean and lean, a sex machine, I make you scream, a big, big, yo, 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 I am, yo, I'm a big, big man. 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 Yo, 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 I'm a yo, yo, yo. Yo, 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 I'm a yo, yo, yo. I am a big, big man. Yeah, you know what I'm saying here. Scratcher to get all this dick inside of you, bitch. My dick's so big I could be fucking a horse and the pussy still tight. Down the backstrap. Big humongous pussy cloggers, I'm the strongest big dick man. Dick. Big dick, big dick, big dick, big dick. Big humongous pussy cloggers, I'm the strongest big dick man. Dick. Big dick, big dick. Yo, I'm a big dick man.
Sapat ba ang vitamins mo? Mag-Maxvit ka for the man na walang tigil ang gigil gawin ang lahat ng kaya para sa pamilya. Maxvit, Unilab yan.
When it comes to your home, you're an expert. Pledge shines and protects your surfaces.
Just on the border of your...
Ganda ho example dito, local bill. Yan na lang, para magkaintindihan tayo. Halos lahat ho tayo may local bill. na pag napasa yung local bill natin dito, kailangan madala sa Senate, di ba? Kailangan may aksyon ng Senate doon. Pag walang aksyon ng Senate at nirereklamo na maraming kasama, na maraming local bill, pero hindi na-approvean doon, walang local bill.
Pero
pareho rin
yung local
dito.
bill, pinag-uusapan natin, Mr. Chair, ay amendments to the Constitution.
As I've said, alam niyo ho, hindi ko humalaman kung saan ho tayo na hindi nagkakaintindihan eh. Dahil ang sinabi ko na nga ho, we are taking this up in the nature of a bill. Parang bill. So, sabi ko nila, parang local bill. Parang local bill din. Na kaya lang, unlike a bill na kailangan pagka-pirma ng pag inaprubahan ng mga senador, kailangan padala sa presidente para maging batas. Ito, it's an amendment to the Constitution. If we approve it by 3/4 vote, at least, and the Senate 3/4 vote, hindi na kailangan pumunta sa presidente ito because it's not a bill. Kung hindi, papadala na sa COMELEC to schedule a plebiscite.
I understand, Mr. Chair, yung yung position po ng ating majority floor leader. So, it is not a bill. Yun nga po yung sinasabi ko, this is a constitution. So, hindi ganun kasimple po yung ginagawa natin, na tayo ay nagpo-propose, and then later on, i-treat natin ito as a bill. So, yun nga po, baka mabara tayo just in case na...
Kaya nga ho, papadala natin ito sa COMELEC for a plebiscite Kasi kahit na naaprubahan ho natin ito...
No, Mr. Chair, pag hindi po nagkasundo,
pag hindi nagkasundo, di wala.
So, wala po tayo.
Kaya nga sabi ko nga, parang local bill nga
So, is it possible, Mr. Chair, that we will magtitipon tayo as Constituent Assembly, yung jointly na? Para isa na lang. So, wala nang by cam na hindi sila...
Hindi ko alam kung mangyayari yan. Hindi ko alam. Kung tanong nyo sa akin, is it possible? Then, hindi ko alam. Ako ang tingin ko ho. Ako tatanungin nyo, there is no possibility na mag-meet tayo jointly. Katulad ng nasabi ko kanina, dahil nga doon sa takot na baka may mawalang isang institusyon.
Okay. That's all for the general provisions. May isa na lang akong tanong, Mr. Chair, kay Justice, kay Justice Skuna, Mr. Chair. Kasi nandito sa State Policy, Section 19, the state shall develop a self-reliant and independent national economy effectively controlled by the Filipinos. So just in case na maaprubahan po yung mga economic provisions ng both houses, gagawa na po ng enabling law, 'di ba? Doon sa naipasa po natin ng mga provisions for economic para po hindi ma-violate yung Section 19. So sinasabi niyo po ba na yung hatian or yung equity between the foreign ownership and the Filipino is maximum to 49.51 para hindi po ma-violate. 51 to the Filipino company and 49. So possible po ba, ibig sabihin, yan ay may maximum. So that hindi po natin ma-violate yung Section 19 on the state policies on Article 2 po. Section 19. Mr. Chair. Justice.
Justice Skuna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, in case of approval of this proposed amendment, it's possible that legislation will reduce the percentage, maximum percentage, will increase the maximum percentage from 60-40 to 51-49, for instance, as an increase of from 40 to 49 for foreigners, 51 would be Filipino.
Okay. So yan na po yung maximum, Mr. Chair. So hindi po posible yung 100% ownership. Kasi mababiolate yung Section 19 of Article 2. So hindi, Mr. Chair, so Justice, hindi mababiolate po yung Section 19 of Article 2 kapag 100% foreign ownership doon sa tatlong provisions.
The legislation could also provide for 100% foreign ownership. It's up to Congress, actually. It becomes changeable by legislation.
So what is the implication of that to Section 19? Ano po yung magiging implikasyon niyan, Mr. Chair, dun sa Article 2, Section 19 of the Constitution?
The possible implication on that, Madam Mr. Chair, is that we have to look at the entire economy, whether allowing 100% foreign ownership in this particular sector will negate the effective Filipino ownership of the entire economy. It's up to Congress to look at that balance, really. The other proposal is that of Gary Teves, is to also delete that provision that the state shall promote a self-reliant and economy effectively controlled by Filipinos. But I don't propose that. I maintain that we should still have an economy effectively controlled by Filipinos while allowing foreign investment to come in to a certain extent in certain areas.
So magiging unconstitutional po, Mr. Chair, kapag nagkaroon ng 100% ownership. Kasi kahit ngayon po, kung titignan natin yung mga sectors of our economy, may mga 100% na dun ownership So, constitutionality, constitutional pa rin po ba? So yun po yung tinatanong ko kanina, Mr. Chair. Hindi yung sinasabi nating implication sa the whole economy. Constitutionally, yan po ba ay pupwede, yung 100%? Versus the Section 19 of Article 2.
That would be something for the ladies to my left to answer whether such an extent is
Mr. Chair,
negates...
constitutional question po yung tinatanong ko, hindi po sa mga economists. So,
theoretically, it would still be constitutional as long as, in fact, there is no showing that the effective control of Filipinos of the entire economy has been negated. That is a factual question which Congress will have to determine. If in so doing, it will deprive Filipinos of effective control of the economy, then the legislation would be unconstitutional.
Okay. So, yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Time is up na. Tungkol sa ibang na po ako. Topic na lang po ako.
Yes, I have been lenient with the time because we're very much interested with the discussions. Floor Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize the Honorable Lawrence Defensor from the 3rd District of Iloilo.
The Chair would like to recognize Representative Nonoy Defensor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to direct my questions to the good Justice Adolfo Ascuna. I never had the opportunity to appear for an oral argument before the Supreme Court, and I am humbled by this opportunity to ask a Justice of the Supreme Court. As one of the framers of the 1987 Constitution, Mr. Justice, can you tell us, what do you think are the most important provisions of our Constitution as a whole?
The most important provision of our Constitution as a whole is the Commander-in-Chief provision. Who is the Commander-in-Chief?
Will you agree with me that the Bill of Rights are also the most important or one of the most important provisions of our Constitution?
Yes, I would also agree with you. There are really many most important provisions. Article 17 is another one.
I'm glad that you agree with me that the Bill of Rights, which include freedom of speech, amending the Constitution to allow women to vote, allowing people to vote regardless of race or sex, because the Bill of Rights, Mr. Justice, is a mere amendment to the American Constitution. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
And if they did not allow any amendment to their Constitution, we would have no Bill of Rights, women will not be able to vote, and so many other things, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion, as well as all the other rights vested in their Constitution. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. Although in our case, the late Lino Broca was able to amend the Bill of Rights and in fact improve it by adding freedom of expression.
That's correct.
Something that even the United Nations has recognized, because there is now a special rapporteur of the United Nations for freedom of expression.
That's correct. My point is that we should not be afraid of change or amendments, because we might just find out by trying an amendment that it is good for us. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
I had to ask that because our Constitution, especially our very first Constitution, the 1935 Constitution, was adopted using the American Constitution, which already has 27 amendments, and those amendments, some of which contain enactment clauses, specifically 6 enactment clauses, similar to our proposed phrase, unless otherwise provided for. There are 6 enactment amendments or enactment phrases in the United States Constitution, which reads, "The Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation." Mr. Chair, before we used to think that the world is flat, we used to think that everything revolves around the earth. But people stood up on the right side and stood up for what is correct. And now we are on the right side of history. Going further to the phrase, "unless otherwise provided by law," there is a concern or an issue raised that the phrase, "unless otherwise provided by law," could be construed as another form of amendment to the Constitution. And that it was raised that why don't the authors themselves already fix the limits for equity of foreign investors? Mr. Chief Justice, just to give the members and the public a better perspective of what we are talking about, can you distinguish for us in very plain language what is legislative power and what is constituent power?
There's really 2 ways of making these changes. One is to make the percentages.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you. As a justice of the Supreme Court, we respectfully request that you distinguish for us, in the simplest terms, what does legislative power mean and what does constituent power mean?
The legislative power is the power to make ordinary laws, whereas constituent power is the power to propose changes, amendments, or revisions in the Constitution.
And by that, do you agree with me na kapag sinabi nating nagpo-propose tayo ng amendment sa ating konstitusyon, by inserting the phrase unless otherwise provided by law, that is an exercise of our constituent power. Correct?
I agree, Mr. Chair.
And once that phrase inserted in the Constitution, unless otherwise provided by law, has been approved by all Filipinos in a plebiscite, such that it is already included in our Constitution, the laws passed by Congress under the phrase unless otherwise provided by law is an exercise of our legislative power. Am I correct, sir?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Are you familiar with the delegation of powers, Mr. Justice?
That is not delegation but an authorization, I think, Mr. Chair.
I agree, sir. Mr. Justice, since it has authorized Congress, do you agree with me that the proposal to include unless otherwise provided by law and whatever laws may be passed by Congress subsequently is an exercise of, is a political question for members of Congress to decide? Is that correct, sir?
That is correct, Your Honor. It's a question of wisdom now, and therefore it's a political act.
Thank you for confirming that, Mr. Justice. Mr. Chairman, in the case of Tanyada versus Cuenco, 100 Phil, page 105, 1957, the Supreme Court defined a political question as those questions which, under the Constitution, are to be decided by the people in their sovereign capacity, or in regard to which full discretionary authority has been delegated to the legislative or executive branch of government. Clearly, inserting the phrase unless otherwise provided by law should not be considered as another form of amending the Constitution under Article 17. It is delegation by the Constitution to Congress na magpasa ng batas kung ano ang nararapat na ilagay na equity restriction. Halimbawa, in telecommunications, kapag napaaprubahan po natin ang unless otherwise provided by law, hindi po ibig sabihin na 100% ng telecommunications ay pwede ng pagmamay-ari ng isang banyaga. Pwede pong ilagay natin na 60-40 pa din. Pwedeng 100% ang telecommunications na pagmamay-ari ng mga dayuhan. Ngunit, bakit mahalaga na nasa kontrol ng Kongreso itong equity limitations? Kasi kung maganda naman palang 100% pwedeng pagmamay-ari ng dayuhan at nakakabuti sa ating lahat with the safeguards provided in the law, eh bakit hindi natin gawin? Makakabuti yon sa tao. Pero dahil nilagay natin unless otherwise provided by law, kung hindi pala maganda na ibibigay natin ang 100% ownership ng telecommunications, transportation, railway, eh pwedeng bawiin ng ating lehislatura o ng Kongreso para ibalik natin sa 60-40 para tayo na naman ulit ang may majority stake at may control. I had to ask that just to clarify to everyone, especially the public, to distinguish legislative power, constituent power, and how it applies to inserting the phrase unless otherwise provided by law. Next. May I ask Yusek Edilion of the National Economic Development Authority. In all the data presented by those for amending the Constitution or the economic provision and by those against amending the economic provision, pare-pareho pong malinaw na base sa inyong datos, countries like Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam are less restrictive or the least restrictive sa kanilang economic provisions. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Does it also mean that just because they are less restrictive in their economic provisions, ay effectively controlled na ang ekonomiya nila ng mga dayuhan kasi less restrictive sila?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
I agree with you. Does it mean that if we open up public utilities, let's say transportation, let's say distribution, does it automatically mean na effectively controlled na ng dayuhan ang ating ekonomiya?
Hindi rin po.
And do you agree with me that when we say a self-reliant economy, effectively controlled, ang word na economy is a very, very broad term that encompasses everything, not just industries. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Yes.
And does it mean that if we amend the Constitution using these three provisions, automatic ba na effectively controlled na ang ekonomiya ng ating bansa? Yes or no? Thank you for confirming that. Mr. Chairman, I have 1 minute left, and I don't think it's enough time for me to further discuss the points I want to raise and clarify. May I request the majority leader to include me in the second round of questions to our sponsors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Floor Leader, Representative Defensor, Representative Defensor. I have been lenient to the other members, but if you still need more time, I can give you more time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But
I'll give you another 5 minutes.
I understand from our committee that there will be more resource speakers who will present, and I would like to listen to their data before I join the second round of questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Floor Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize the gentle lady from Capriela Party List, the Honorable Arlene Brosas.
Representative Brosas, you have the floor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my questions sana is for Justice Puno, no? Kasi he mentioned na highly contentious, no? I believe, or matindi yung constitutional issue kaugnay dito, Mr. Speaker, nitong pinag-uusapan natin, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yung tanong ko po ay nasa usapin ng ano lang ang allowed talaga sa atin sa pagbabago ng konstitusyon, Mr. Chair. He has identified 3, diba? Sinabi niya po yung iba't ibang pamamaraan. Ito ay sa pamamagitan lang ng CONCON, CONAS, and People's Initiative. Mr. Chair, nasan tong ginagawa natin dito sa tatlong ito, Mr. Chair? In exact wordings, Mr. Chair, saang mode ito sa pagbabago ng konstitusyon?
Well, as we have previously answered the same question, Speaker, it is found in the Constitution. Sabi mo nga na under the Constitution, Congress may, by a vote of 3/4 of all its members, may propose amendments sa Constitution by a vote of 3/4. That's the first vote. Diba? Second mode is the Constitutional Convention. And third mode is the People's Initiative. We are effectively within the first mode. Because, sabi, Congress may, by a vote of 3/4 of all its members, propose amendment or revision. And that's exactly what we are doing. Ay hindi lang natin napapagkasunduan ay yung how do we paanong yung Constituent Assembly. Even if on the assumption that we consider ourselves seated now as a Constituent Assembly, pero magkaiba ang ating ang interpretation. Yung iba nagsasabi, pag Constituent Assembly kailangan joint dalawa. That's one of the interpretation. Ang other interpretation naman, what we are doing, we are empowered by the Constitution to propose amendment by 3/4 vote, and we are authorized by the Constitution to propose our own rules. Yan, kaya meron tayong rule. Yun din ang sagot ko kanina sa same question, na under our rules, dinigay natin doon the manner of proposing for a constitution. So, if you're going to ask me where in the Constitution does it provide or authorize yung ginagawa natin, first kind. Because that's exactly what we're doing. Pero if you want us to be seated jointly with the Senate, that's another question. Then kaya nga may nagsasabi na baka pumunta to sa Supreme Court later. Then we welcome. We welcome talaga. Ganun talaga eh. Alam naman natin that any disagreement on a legal issue, the final arbiter will always be the Supreme Court.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kung ito pala ay kukwestiyonin sa Supreme Court, dahil may maaring magkaroon ng constitutional challenge, bakit tayo, Mr. Chair, nagtatalakay ng ganito? Hindi pa natin nare-resolve itong procedure na ito, yung paraan.
And that's the only way of doing it eh. Because otherwise, kung hindi natin gagawin ito, then your guess is always as good as mine. Palaging gano'n lang ang mangyayari sa atin. Diba? Kaya nga, we have to give the final arbiter a chance to rule on the matter. For all we know, hindi natin walang mag-question. Pero may nangako nga sa akin kahapon, pupunta sila sa Supreme Court. Why not? Talagang dapat eh. Otherwise, kung hindi mariresolve na ng Supreme Court, kung halimbawa, ma-approve natin ito, ma-approve natin ito, mapunta sa plebiscito, wala request sa Supreme Court, then that's it. Yun na. Pero kung may mag-question sa Supreme Court, then we will wait kung ano ang magiging desisyon ng Supreme Court. At kung ano ang magiging desisyon ng Supreme Court, nasabihin ng Supreme Court, hindi pwede yan dahil kasi talagang you should jointly assemble. Then alam na natin later na we cannot do it in any other manner than as interpreted by the Constitution. Pero kung sabihin naman ng Supreme Court, hindi, tama yan na pwede nyo gawin, then that opens naman the opportunity for next Congresses to do it sa ganitong pamamaraan na perhaps pwede nang i-touch nila later yung other economic provisions of the Constitution sa pamamagitan ng ginagawa na nito should the Supreme Court later on finds valid what we are doing right now. But as I've said, we will still wait kung mangyari yun. Pero may mga batas din naman tayong panukalang batas eh, na inaaprubahan dito. May nagsasabi that is subject to a constitutional challenge. But that does not prevent us from enacting that. Kasi kung matatakot lang tayo, na hindi, tatanungin yan later, talaga ba lang mangyayari sa atin? So, we have to really test it eh. And this is the only manner of doing that. And yun na.
Yes, Mr. Chair, kung aabot sa constitutional challenge, itong usapin na ito, mas tatagal lalo yung usapin na ito, Mr. Chair. No? Definitely, Mr. Chair, kasi we do not agree with this kind of pamamaraan, Mr. Chair.
Exactly.
I don't think so na ito ang tamang paraan to go about the change of the Constitution. At tingin po namin, we are violating yung paraan na ito if we continue na ganito yung pamamaraan, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, kung number 1 pa lang, may constitutional challenge ka na, second, nag-uusap pa tayo ng iba pa yung laman. At yun yung sinasabing economic provisions, Mr. Chair. So, yun, Mr. Chair, no? We want to put it in record na hindi dapat tayo nagde-discuss ng ganito kung if it is not one of the mga pamamaraan na in-identify ng pagbabago ng konstitusyon, Mr. Chair. Second, Mr. Chair, my question. Kasi kanina simple lang tanong ko in exact wordings, nasaan yung pagbabago ng konstitusyon? Sabi po sa atin, nasa number 1. Pero kanina, I keep on hearing na parang ordinary bill lang ito na dinidiscuss natin. Na hindi naman. Parang ganyan, Mr. Chair. So, yun lang. I would like to put it in record na gano'n. Second, Mr. Chair, yung constitutionality din ng usapin ng paggamit ng unless otherwise provided by law. Hindi ba this is another constitutional challenge, Mr. Chair?
Sabay-sabay na yun. I-challenge na lahat yan. Pag na-aprobahan niya, i-challenge na lahat yan. And then at the end of the day, there will be a resolution, one way or the other. But as I've said, I may disagree with you, but I cannot, and you may disagree with me. But until it is finally decided by the Supreme Court, then as I've said, your position is as good as my position. So, yun. We are doing ourselves a favor. We're doing our country a favor na finally, kung madala to sa Supreme Court, then finally, once and for all, mariresolve na yung issue na yun. Sabi mo nga, magiging matagal na proseso. 2 dekada na tayo nag-iintay. Mahigit 2 dekada tayo nag-iintay. Ano pa ba naman mag-iintay tayo na ilang taon pa para lang ma-resolve itong issue na to?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yun lang yung sinasabi ko. 2 constitutional challenge na yung haharapin natin. Mr. Chair, I would like to know, kasi hindi naman natin alam yung minds ng framers ng Constitution, pero meron tayong mga proceedings, even during the Constitutional Commission, CONCOM proceedings. Mr. Chair, baka po, kasi since si Justice lang ang nandito, gusto ko lang itanong kung bakit hindi pinayagan yung unless otherwise provided by Congress dati sa Constitutional Commission with regards to the educational tama ba, foreign ownership foreign ownership connected with the constitutional mandate for educational institutions. Mr. Chair.
Justice Ascuna.
Yes, the question is, bakit yung unless otherwise provided by law, what is the effect or why is it?
It was expunged, di ba, Mr. Chair?
Bakit hindi namin linagay originally? The reason was because we did not want Congress to change it then. Precisely for at least 5 years. We wanted no change by initiative. There's a 5-year period. We wanted the economic framework to work for at least 5 years. We did not expect it to be unamended for 37 years. So, medyo, ang time frame na sa mind namin is 5 years. After that, pwede nang amendahin. In kaso nga, hindi tayo nagkaroon ng amendment even on the economic provisions for 37 years. Kaya, dapat ilagay natin na unless otherwise provided by law para it can be changed by legislation.
Okay. Thank you, Justice. Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang i-quote Sa page 369, volume 4 ng CONCOM proceedings, nakalagay doon in quote, "At this juncture, may we direct the attention of the authors to the fact that in the earlier version of Article 614, Section 4, Number 2, the phrase unless otherwise provided by Congress headed the first sentence of the provision. However, upon deliberations, this phrase was expunged." Na-remove po. Commissioner Davide provides a succinct explanation on why this was done when he explained that the phrase, unless otherwise provided by Congress, will now allow Congress to grant a private alien to own an educational institution. It will now allow Congress to not even require Filipino equity in any corporation or association to operate and establish an educational institution. It will even destroy the very exemption which we contemplate to be allowed to educational institutions operated by religious orders or mission boards. So it would really be a retrogression of the highest order. Yun po yung nakalagay na explanation. So may pinoprotektahan kung bakit ganon, Mr. Chair. Yung unless otherwise provided by Congress. Now the question is, why are we trying to reinsert the phrase unless otherwise provided by law, when it has been clearly and deliberately excised by the Constitutional Commission during their deliberations, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Originally, we did not want it to be changeable by legislation, but that was not our intention to do that for 37 years. As we said, we had a time frame in our mind of maybe 5 years for these economic provisions to be unchanged. But that's why we did not want it then to be changeable. So we did not want to put unless otherwise provided by law on these economic restrictions at that time. There was a close voting. There were those who wanted. But what prevailed was to maintain the economic restrictions without allowing Congress to change them. That's why we have it in that form until now.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Chair. Kasi natalo yun, no? Kaya yung, at this point, we need to also emphasize, ito po yung, yung karugtong the importance of the sentence, the Congress may however require increased Filipino equity participation in all education institutions. In Article 14, Section 4, Number 2, by including this sentence, the sense of the CONCOM is to prohibit Congress from passing any law that will expand foreign equity shares in educational institutions but allow legislators to increase Filipino shares in the future. So meron talagang pagtanaw na ito ay para sa effective control, di ba, ng mga Pilipino. At one point, constitutionalists even considered adding the sentence, the Congress shall reduce the foreign equity. Gusto niya pang ganunin. So it will emphasize the importance of the Filipino participation, that it could never be reduced, but we can reduce the foreign equity. So, ang klaro po dito, this is a clear indication that the CONCOM does not wish for Congress to meddle with the educational ownership provisions of the Constitution. Kaya po, ganon yung ginawa, Mr. Chair.
That is correct, Mr. Chair. That was the thinking of the majority at that time. But these are economic policies, and economic policies should not be frozen in time for a long period. That's why it is now 37 years from that time, and situation has changed. The strictly nationalistic approach has to be modified to be able to meet with current trends in world economy, while still trying to maintain, as I earlier said, an economy effectively controlled by Filipinos. I think that can be done, and I think that's why the present proposal is limited to 3 areas only of the economy to make sure that the entire economy remains effectively in control of Filipinos.
Mr. Chair, I'm sure may posisyon ng CHED dito, no? Yung Commission on Higher Education, Mr. Chair. Isa po ba sa mga inimbita natin ay ang CHED for this, ano? Yes, yun. Kasi gusto po nating malaman yung ano din ang naging implication sa kanila nitong usapin na ito. Kasi kaya nilalagay yon, I believe, tama po, nationalism talaga yung gusto natin eh. And kung mag-open ka ng ganito, ng mga schools, foreign-owned schools, what will happen doon sa nationalism din na meron tayo? Na basic principle or bedrock, ang tawag nyo nga po, no? Bedrock principle ng Constitution, Mr. Chair.
The proposal, Mr. Chair, is to provide that basic education remains with Filipino hands. That's the way it's worded in the resolution of both houses. It does not use unless otherwise provided by law, but introduces a new word, basic, by saying that basic education shall be limited to Filipinos.
Yes, so Mr. Chair, yung RBH 7 ang nakalagay, ang pinopropose ay mag-insert ng basic before educational institutions to limit the coverage to basic educational institutions, allowing wholesale lifting of foreign ownership and administration restrictions in higher education institutions. Kaya po, tinanong ko kung may CHED na pwedeng maglinaw din sa atin kung ano ang implikasyon sa kanila ng ganito, Mr. Chair. Kasi parang, halimbawa, paano na yung free education ngayon? Paano na, anong implikasyon nito sa mga Pilipino? Makakakompete ba tayo sa ganong ano? Paano na yung mga mahihirap na mga Pilipino kaya ba nilang makapasok? Mas lalong mamahal yung tuition, lalo na kung foreign-owned na yan and ang mag-a-administer na ay foreigner din, Mr. Chair. So, how do we protect our own, Mr. Chair? Siguro yun yung tanong sa ganon, ano, Mr. Chair? Kasi parang economic provisions, pero eto nga, sa education, malaking usapin ito, Mr. Chair. Anyway, Mr. Chair, I will go to my next question, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, sa Constitution din natin, pinapahalagahan yung national industrialization. And I'm sure familiar po dito si Justice, ano? Kasi yung Article 2, Section 19, sinabi nga kanina, the state shall develop a self-reliant and independent national economy effectively controlled by Filipinos. Paano pa po makakaapekto itong mga ito, itong RBH 7, sa Article 12, Section 1 ng Constitution, the state shall promote industrialization and full employment based on sound agricultural development and agrarian reform. The state shall protect Filipino enterprises against unfair foreign competition and trade policies. Mr. Chair, yun po yung tanong ko, tsaka buuin na natin, Article 12 ng Section 12, the state shall promote the preferential use of Filipino labor, domestic materials, and locally produced goods, and adopt measures that help make them competitive. Paano po maaapektuhan ito ng pinopropose na RBH 7, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, the effect of this proposal is merely to make 3 areas changeable by legislation as to the foreign ownership percentages. How Congress will structure the foreign investment laws in these 3 areas consistently with the other provisions that remain unchanged in the Constitution, including protection of our labor, including an effectively Filipino-controlled economy, is really up to the wisdom of Congress. And for me, I trust in the wisdom of Congress to be able to do that. After all, this is only the 3 areas out of maybe 10 or 11 possible areas that are now limited to Filipino control and ownership, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, wala pa tayong klaro kung anong magiging epekto nito sa Article 12, Section 1, Article 12, Section 12 ng ating We're talking of liberalizing and foreign direct investments, pero ano yung magiging direct effect nito, wala tayong masasabi doon. Mr. Chair? Gusto ko dyan malinawan, Mr. Chair, kasi the Congress is already doing what the proposed economic amendment of inserting unless otherwise provided by law wants to enable. Kasi po, we have passed laws na nababypass nga ng 40% yung constitutional cap on foreign ownership. Ginawa natin yan sa Mining Act of 1995 saka sa Amendment of Public Services Act in 2022. But of course, sa Amendment of the Public Services Act in 2022, meron din diyang constitutional challenge. Naka-petition yan sa Supreme Court ngayon, di ba, Mr. Chair? So, ginawa naman natin yan at ano ang naging implication? Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang banggitin, dito sa Mining Act of 1995 allowing 100% foreign ownership of mining operations under cover of financial or technical assistance agreement, FTAA, nangyari yan eh. So, tapos yung sa Amendment to Public Services Act allowing 100% foreign ownership of airports, railways, expressways, shipping, and telecommunications, and a 2022 Department Circular similarly opening up renewable energy to full foreign ownership, other laws on retail trade, MSMEs, banking, and other sectors means that very few of the charter's supposedly restrictive provisions are actually still restricting anything. Ang meron na lang po tayo na major sectors, no, na may restriction ay yung electricity transmission and distribution, petroleum, water, and wastewater pipelines, seaports, public utility vehicles, educational institutions, media, and advertising. Kahit po sa natural resources are also nominally restricted na. So, Mr. Chair, yung Philippine economy natin, most open to foreign investment in the region. So, Mr. Chair, gano'n naman pala, nagagawa naman natin to. Eh, bakit kailangan pa natin mag-RB 7?
Mr. Chair, the proposal, if approved, would simply allow Congress flexibility. They don't have to change anything. If they feel that foreign investment is already taken care of under existing laws, they don't have to make a new law, but they can if the need changes. Because economic facts change very fast, especially nowadays. So if there's a need in the future to go further than what our present laws provide, then Congress can respond. At least in these 3 areas, there is flexibility given to Congress. It's not maybe necessary today, but it could be necessary next year. The situations will change, and then our existing laws may not be enough.
Representative Rosas.
Sabi ko sa iyo, Mr. Chair, mahaba. Mr. Chair, on the second round na lang, Mr. Chair, para makapagtanong pa ako on the foreign direct investments,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Justice, for answering my question.
At this point, Mr. Chairman, allow me to acknowledge the presence of our former colleague, the Honorable Neri Colmenares, and who would be, may I invite him to join the resource person, because he's one of the invited resource speaker for this afternoon. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Colmenares, and may we hear his thoughts about what we are presently discussing today.
Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you,
the
Mr.
chair would like to
Speaker.
recognize the former Representative Kimbo is recognized. Please proceed.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang gabi sa ating mga resource persons, and of course, salamat. Thank you for sharing your time and expertise with us. So, Mr. Chair, I had wanted to propound questions to the Ibon Foundation. Kaya nga lang po ay wala po siya ngayon, si Mr. Sunny Africa. So, instead, I would like to ask questions to our NEDA representative, Ms. Yusek Adilion. So, kahapon, Yusek Adilion, nung nag-present ang Ibon Foundation, ang una niyang sinabi ay the Philippines is now among the least restrictive economies to foreign investment in the region. Yan ang kanyang first slide. Na ikinagulat ko kasi yan ang dahilan kung bakit tayo nandito ngayon. We are amending the restrictive economic provisions of the Constitution. So paulit-ulit natin sinasabi yon, restrictive economic provisions of the Constitution. At marami na tayong nakita mga pag-aaral at laging nababanggit ang OECD Restrictiveness Index na nakikita natin sa maraming mga pag-aaral. So, what is your take on that particular slide? And if we may flash that slide again, can we pull up that slide? Yung pinakita ng ni Mr. Sunny Africa kahapon. So, if you recall, meron siyang that's not what that's if we may refer to the, ang hirap kasi wala siya. But if we may refer to the slide of Ibon Foundation, the first slide, kung pwede po sana natin ipakita. Yan ang difficulty kung hindi dumadating ang ating resource person. Ayan. So ito ang slide ng Ibon Foundation. At kung nakikita natin, yung first row, so yung may Philippine flag, kung nakikita natin, puro green. So ibig sabihin, open daw. So lumalabas na maraming sectors na green. So, Yusek Edelion, what's your take on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We actually looked at this one and then looked at the basic data, yung basic study na from where this was taken. And if you look at the OECD study, then it actually lists the Philippines as the parang 182, tama ba? Rank one, third from the bottom, na pinaka restrictive in the world.
So parang, ang sa akin kasi parang ang lumalabas, parang tila nagkaroon ng cherry picking, parang namili ng sectors na bukas na anyway. Halimbawa, may telcos, merong retail trade, merong tourism, merong healthcare, merong power. At ito namang sectors na to, halimbawa power sector, railway, airports, etc. Yan naman ay bukas dahil during the 18th Congress, kung naalala ninyo, inamyendahan natin ang Public Services Act. Tama po ba? So talagang aasahan talaga natin na bukas talaga siya. Pero kung titignan natin ay maraming mga sectors ang left out dito sa listing ng Ibon Foundation. Tama po ba?
Tama po. In particular, yung mga sector na gusto pa natin buksan.
Tama. Tulad ng education and advertising. So kung inilagay natin ang mga sectors na yan, ay obviously hindi magiging tama ang conclusion na least restrictive ang Philippine economy.
Yes, tama pa.
Okay. And more importantly, ang OECD Restrictiveness Index, is that a robust index?
Mr. Chair, it actually has 4 components to it. So yung first one is the foreign equity restrictions. The second one is restriction with respect to employment of foreign nationals. The third one is with respect to procedures, mga protocols, yan. And the fourth one is yung operational, kung gaano kalaki per plant, yung mga ganun. Yung dati nating RTLA, ganun siya. So yung apat na yon. Pero it's being used actually by many foreign investors in trying to decide kung, at saka yung it's really a basis of information for them how restrictive a country is.
Okay. And if the Secretariat can put up my slides, ito naman, yung slides ko na, please. Yung unang nilagay ninyo, yung may pie chart. At ito naman ang aking natuklasan. So, nung ginamit natin ang, actually, this is Roocher. Salamat ako kay Mr. Lacasa na staff natin sa CPBRD. Pinagdikit ko ang kanyang dalawang graph at ginamit ni Mr. Lacasa ang OECD Restrictiveness Index at pinagdikit ko to para mapakita natin kung gaano ka ganda o gaano ka robust yung OECD Restrictiveness Index. Kasi kitang-kita natin dito. So for the Philippines, pinapakita niya. So ibig sabihin yan, kung mahaba yung bar, ibig sabihin nun, restrictive yung sector na yan. So halimbawa, for the Philippines, mahaba ang bar ng mining, mahaba ang bar ng media, mahaba ang bar ng business services, mahaba ang bar ng telcos. Ibig sabihin nun, restrictive ang sectors na yon for the Philippines. But on the other hand, maikse ang bar ng manufacturing, maikse ang bar ng financial services. Ibig sabihin nun, hindi restrictive or bukas ang sectors na yan para sa Pilipinas. So, kung bukas ang sectors na yan, aasahan natin na maraming pumapasok na foreign direct investments sa mga sectors na yan. So kung titignan natin ang pie chart, yung pie chart na yan, ang mini-measure ng pie chart na yan ay ang FDIs na pumapasok sa Pilipinas by sector. So makikita natin, indeed, dahil malaki ang slice para sa manufacturing at financial services, ibig sabihin nun, hindi dapat tayo magtaka na dahil bukas ang manufacturing sector at bukas ang financial services sector, nakakakuha ito ng mga maraming FDIs. So ganun kaganda ang OECD Restrictiveness Index. So would you agree with me, Yusek Edilion, na yan na talaga ang gamitin natin na index?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Okay, so at least nag-agree tayo na wag tayo dapat mag-cherry pick katulad ng ginawa ng Ibon Foundation. At pasensya na lang, Mr. Sunny Africa, wala po kayo dito ngayon. Sana magandang mapakinggan kung bakit yun ang ginawa niya dito. So let me go to my next point, which is the second slide of Mr. Africa. So, pasensya na sa Secretariat. Magja-jump ulit tayo sa second slide ng Ibon Foundation, which has to do with the growth of foreign investment over the years. At ang punto ni Mr. Africa is, bakit pa natin pinagkakaabalahan itong napakahirap na ikon-chacha? Kitang-kita naman natin, hirap na hirap tayo. Pinagdedebatihan natin ito in both chambers. Ang haba-haba ng ating debate. Ilang oras na kayong nakaupo dyan. Nag-aaway-away tayo sa ilang modes ba dapat ang gagamitin natin sa pag-amyenda. Napakahirap na gawain ito. Bakit ba natin kailangan gawin ito? Pero, ang sabi ni Mr. Africa, tignan mo naman, tumataas naman ang ating FDI over the years in terms of FDI flows and in terms of FDI stock. Baka naman, Yusek Edilion, you are a statistician and an economist. Napakabihirang kombinasyon. Pwede niyo bang ipaliwanag sa amin ano bang pagkakaiba ng FDI flows at FDI stock?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The FDI flows, this is actually net FDI flows. So, yung pumapasok minus yung lumalabas. So, yung mga pumapasok sa atin, there would be equity inflows, and also kapag halimbawa yung mother company nagpautang sa kanyang subsidiary dito, that will be counted as inflow. Meanwhile, meron ding reinvested earnings. So, nagstay lang naman dito yon. And then yung lumabas is repatriated na earnings, and then yung mga nag-withdraw mismo. Yung binawasan na nila yung branches nila siguro, or nagsara altogether. So, this one is actually very, very, what we call a noisy data. It's very time-sensitive. Kasi depende kung yung mother company nagkaroon ng problema. We have seen that happen in some companies dito, di ba? So pwedeng magkaroon ng biglang dadaming repatriated earnings, pero the next year babalik na naman dito. Yun. So pwedeng ganoon. So we don't really look at it will not be good to look at flows and then you want to correlate it with something that is parang a stock. So dapat talaga yung stock ang tinitingnan mo, which actually will also establish the trend for you. So yun ang mas stable na series, kumbaga.
So ibig sabihin, FDI stock is yung binibilang mo yung pagpasok ng kapital yung total nun by the end of the year. Tama ba yun?
Yo po, yung as of.
Yung as of
the
a
end of the
certain
year.
time, which typically is by the end of the year.
Yes.
Okay, so in short, ang titignan natin is FDI stock. Okay. So, pwede ba natin tignan ulit? So, ang tinitignan natin is yung lower graph. Okay. So, ang sabi ni Mr. Africa, ayan, tumataas naman ang FDI stock. Okay. So, bakit pa natin ito ginagawa? Hindi na natin kailangan paluwagin. Hindi na natin kailangan ng flexibility dito sa ating Constitution. Okay, so ano ang sagot dito, Yusek Edilion? Is this a correct perspective?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Actually, two things po dito. Number one, totoo naman na tumataas, and I would say that that actually is a product of the liberalization efforts that we have done in the 90s and then in the 2000s. Yun. Kaya tumaas. It really will take some time. Pero kung ang titingnan naman po natin ay i-compare natin naman sa ating neighbors. For instance, whereas kunwari Vietnam na lang, kasi halos magkapareho tayo nung unang panahon ng Vietnam. So, whereas I think it was 1990, no? Nasa mga 3.2 billion tayo, ang Vietnam nasa 200 or 300 million na FDI stock. And then fast forward to 2022, Philippines would have 112 billion US in terms of FDI stock.